Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Trustee Ayazi. Trustee Gutierrez.
I'm here.
Vice President McGlory.
Present.
Trustee Mayer.
Here.
Trustee Rosenberg.
Here.
President Clark.
Here.
I am here, and our student representative is Logan here today?
Yes, he doesn't get out of class, so he'll be here in
We've
the
started
next
school.
So
15, 20 minutes.
you look forward to seeing him, so he is delayed. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Mayer, would you like to do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure would. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, next is action to adopt the agenda. However, we need that action with pulling consent agenda 4.05. There was an appeal on that, so that needs to be pulled for this meeting. And we are going to move item 6, recognitions, both to a future meeting. With those two changes, oh, and we don't need a closed executive session. 3.01. So do I have a motion
Move to approve.
Question?
I'd like to
Well,
pull,
let's do a second and then discussion.
second,
Discussion, trustee
may
Rosen.
I pull 4.04?
We're not to consent yet, we're just approving the
Okay.
agenda.
In that case, I'll second approving the agenda.
Okay. Any further discussion on approval of the agenda? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Public comment is next. Welcome, everyone. We have a number of public comment here. You're welcome to come up to the podium. You have 3 minutes. There's lights on the podium, green for go, yellow caution, your time's almost up, and red, you need to stop. If there's someone in the audience that hasn't had a chance to fill out a yellow card, please do. There's some right out front at the table. I think I saw some at the podium as you came in. We welcome all comments, so if you haven't signed one up yet, you're more than welcome to do so. And if I don't say your name correctly, please correct it when you come up to the podium. Okay, Mr. Klein. Welcome.
My name is Joe Klein. I am a chemistry professor at UNR, and I also serve as UNR's Vice Provost for Undergraduate Education. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Education Alliance of Washoe County. I'm here today to speak to the leadership of Pedro Martinez. I've known Pedro Martinez since he started as Washoe County Superintendent. It's hard to overstate the energy and the cooperative spirit he has brought to UNR's partnership with K-12. From the higher education point of view, Pedro is a leader who keeps a focus on the right target, student success. Success measured as high school student participation in the SAT and advanced placement exams. Success as measured by reducing math and English remediation rates among Washoe County students at UNR and TMCC by innovative higher ed coordinated integration of college preparatory courses into the high schools, courses that are targeted at students who are on the brink of college readiness. In Pedro, we have a leader who is dedicated to transparency and data access, dedicated to closing achievement gaps, to raising graduation rates and college-going rates. A leader who is a role model for a large segment of our community. With our rapidly changing demographics and the recent economic opportunities our community has at hand, and the funding challenges faced by the school district with the adoption of the Nevada Academic Content Standards, with the close partnerships with the chief executive officers of Washoe County, TMCC, and UNR, there are many reasons to continue the strong leadership of Pedro Martinez. The reasons are all about the success of our children. Thanks.
Thank you. Judy Engman? Engman? Welcome.
Thank you. Judy Engman. I reside in Reno, and I'm here to speak against Common Core. I find Common Core, everything that I've read about it and learned about it, to be a very bad system. In the Wall Street Journal on Wednesday, August 6th, Miss Ratner, who is a professor emerita of mathematics at the University of California at Berkeley, wrote an opinion piece on Common Core math. This is just one of many situations and people who are against Common Core. She has received several prestigious mathematic awards in her career back in 1993 and 1994. I don't want to read the whole article for you, but let me pick some specific things out. She says, I first encountered the Common Core state standards last fall when my grandson started 6th grade in a public middle school here in Berkeley, California. This was the first year that the Berkeley School District began to implement the standards, and I heard that a considerable amount of money had been given to states for implementing them. As a mathematician, I was intrigued, thinking that this must be something really special about Common Core. Otherwise, why not adopt the curriculum and the excellent textbooks of highly achieving countries in math instead of putting millions of dollars into creating something new? Reading about the new math standards, I found hardly any academic mathematicians who could say the standards were higher than the old California standards, which were among the nation's best. I learned that at the 2010 annual conference of mathematics societies, Bill McCallum, a leading writer of Common Core math standards, said that the new standards would not be too high in comparison with other nations where math education excels. Jason Simba, another lead writer of the mathematics standards, told the Massachusetts Board of Education and Secondary Education that the new standards wouldn't prepare students for colleges to which most parents aspire to send their children. She also found that Common Core offers fewer standards or deeper or more rigorous things. So I urge you to drop Common Core and approach the governor to get rid of this.
Thank you. Mr. Elton. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Roger Elton, resident of Reno, Nevada for over 40 years. And my particular interest is to speak to Superintendent Martinez, and I'm the person that brought the AVID program to Reno many, many years ago, and have continued to be a strong supporter of the program because it makes a real difference for young people, and I've been particularly involved at Sparks High School. My involvement with Superintendent Martinez has been just outstanding because he's been a really great supporter of the program. He's a person that is not what I would describe as an ivory tower leader, but he's actually a person that gets involved, personally gets involved, and has been extremely helpful. And like everything else and everything you're all doing here, the objective is to how do we educate our students? How do we educate our young people? And as you all know, many of them have many hardships that they're trying to overcome, and so we're making a difference. It's making a difference. Pedro's making a difference. And all I would ask at this point in time, obviously I've read a lot in the newspapers. I don't really understand what it's all about in terms of what the issues are. I've been a business manager for many years. One runs into problems over time. You have a very productive leader here. So what it seems to me one should try to do is to figure out how you move forward, work together, and work in the best interest of the students of Washoe County. And I'm hopeful that you'll all be able to do that, and we can continue to work with Pedro in the future. And again, in the program, the AVID program, if you're not aware, is being enlarged. Really at his behest, his efforts, and we're going to make that difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Navarro. Welcome, Navarro.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Teresa Navarro. I'm a community activist. I have been for over 45 years here in this community, and I know it very well, and people know who I am, and been very involved. Since yesterday afternoon, I started getting all these phone calls from people in the community, from parents, and all morning I've been getting phone calls from people wondering about, I guess what I'm here for the community on behalf of them, is that yesterday I understand Superintendent Pedro Martinez, the first day of school, they go out to the schools. Our understanding, there was only one board member that went with Mr. Martinez, and the community wants to know why. Wants to know why everyone else didn't participate. If you're talking, everything in the paper is you want everything to be right. You want people to not to be fighting. You want our communities to be better. You want everybody to agree, but yet your actions don't show that. Thank you.
Thank you. Boy, I'm not going to get this last name. Christy. Welcome, and please tell us your last name.
Okay, thank you. My name is Christy Chakarolu, and I'm here as a private citizen and proud mother of a first grader who just is doing his second day at a Washoe County School District school. My first robocall as a parent of the Washoe County School District was about the firing of Pedro Martinez, and that's what I'm here to talk about. I have worked with many of the members on this board, and I've admired and respected you tremendously, but this is a mess. And given I'm representing also my family, my husband, my mom. I'm a teacher's kid. I have many close family friends that are teachers, and I know through them that Pedro is not necessarily their favorite person, but Nevada ranks last. And as far as economic development and us trying to draw and attract new businesses to this community, this kind of action without any sort of, what was your lawyer thinking to not advise you to do what you did? Because that was an inappropriate action that you took. And so it affects the morale of the teachers. It creates dubious parents who are thinking that the school district has no idea what they're doing. And it makes them come in and look and question whether or not their educator knows what they're doing. And that doesn't help from a teacher's perspective, and knowing from my mom and dealing with parents, that doesn't help. This also takes the focus off the kids, which is where it needs to be, and it's going to make it impossible for us to find a good new candidate if you do decide that Pedro's not the best person for the job. I'm not saying he's not, but any action you all take at this point is going to be questioned by the community and is not going to be well received. And so my request of this group is that those of you who are involved in this decision, I feel like you need to walk away with your heads held high and just see where the chips fall. We need new fresh blood in here, and Pedro needs to agree to drop the lawsuit. There needs to be some sort of negotiation here because we need to focus on the kids. We cannot afford this kind of time and financial resources being distracted from our kids' education. And so I just hope you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin Robertson.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Colin Robertson. I'm a parent and concerned and engaged citizen here in Reno. I've been looking a little bit at the Nevada State Constitution, in which Article 11 of the Constitution lays out all of our responsibility as citizens of the state of Nevada, and especially your responsibility as elected representatives tasked with caring for the education of the 63,000 children in Washoe County School District's care. The actions of this board since July 22nd suggest carefulness and mindfulness of that responsibility and of law and policy regarding education in this place are not your top priorities. And that deeply concerns me as a parent and as a person interested in maintaining the rule of law in a democracy like ours. Since July 22nd, through no fault of the supporting staff and communications in this district, your decisions, actions, and communications have created confusion and delay at best, educational and financial upheaval of a system that can barely afford its current status at worst. And I think that tells us a great deal about the capabilities of this board to continue to lead effectively in this environment. It's embarrassing as a member of the community to see the ways in which education has been trod under the rug through this process, and it is not right. And I appreciate your willingness to hear it, but I support some of these earlier comments about making really good decisions going forth so that we can move forward in making sure that the education of the children in this community are the top priorities of the board and the administration of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred Boyd. Welcome.
Fred Boyd is my name, and while we have a smaller crowd today, I know a number of my associates are traveling or have business commitments. The public outcry is not going to fade away this time. Those of you who were present on July 22nd have a combined 65 years as elected officials, subject to the open meeting law, and a total of 20 years complying with board policies. Policies such as meeting conduct. Quote, board meetings will be scheduled, noticed, and conducted in compliance with the law. Like board protocol, recognizing, quote, our responsibility to act in a manner that is professionally ethical and governed by common decency and not to expose the district to litigation. Policies like your governing mission, quote, serves as steward and guardian of the district's values, mission, and resources, or ensures the district's image reflects transparency or accountability. Over the past year and a half, actions by some of the board members of bullying, undermining, and or micromanaging will eventually be brought to light. Boards are to function at a 30,000-foot level, not in the minutia. In 2010, there were 30 board meetings and workshops. In 2011, 31. In 2012, 38. After the election, 2013, 66 meetings, many of them very, very long. 2014, 38 year-to-date. Of course, there were meetings for AB 46 and the tragedy at middle school, but 66 in 2013 and on course for the same number for 2014. We have a paid staff to manage the district. How many hundreds of hours has key staff sat through board meetings and workshops while thinking about all the priorities not getting done in a timely manner? If any of you are still on the board in the weeks and months ahead, please be aware that the sleeping population of this community will be wide awake and monitoring board activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Frommer. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Jim Frommer, CPA, and not one of the good old boys. Just an informed, concerned citizen wanting this episode to end with a return to proper oversight of the district. The board of any large organization, renowned, IGT, the school district, should aid, but not try to overwhelm nor micromanage the management. That's why they're called management. They should let them manage, please. Let them do their job. The following is an excerpt from comments I made to upper-level employees at the A&S meeting at TMCC on August 1st. Quote, "As the saying goes, no crisis should go to waste. What has happened in the last 10 days at that point has created a wonderful and massive interaction within and between the business community, Latino community, and the entire community, as Fred just mentioned. When this episode is done, I want to take full advantage of the collaborations that have occurred in the last few weeks. It's been great to see the best of our community working together," close quote. What I did not say to the educators that these multitude of meetings in the community were born of a complete disappointment in and anger with your actions of July 22nd and subsequent. How many extra teachers could be hired with the legal fees unnecessarily incurred? Why are people who have so much public meeting experience so willing to violate the spirit of the open meeting law? Why can't the Board of Trustees read an employment contract? How does their conduct look to the students in the schools? These are questions from just regular people on the street. These are my questions to you. Why act this way when your July 22nd workshop was on ethics? How do your actions correlate with the reality that at the same hour, an open meeting law training session was being held somewhere in this building to your employees? A little ironic to me. Pedro, I would encourage you to work on the recommendations contained in the extensive personnel evaluation done. It had some good constructive thoughts, and I would encourage you to embrace them and work on them. But that's why we all go through annual evaluations. It's to improve. So I know you're going to strive for that, and I would just encourage you to reach out and improve. We all can. To the trustees, please recognize the need to admit your mistake and take the necessary steps to resolve this. Your erratic actions the last 3 weeks have caused this mess. As an example, the CPA thing was an issue, then it wasn't, now it is again, coming yesterday. Are you really serious? I mean, the erratic nature of this is just bizarre to me and to many people. The attorneys are firing scuds, and some of them are in the room, and it's a shame that it overwhelmed, but it was a beautiful first day of school yesterday. The drag effect this is having on the Washoe County School District internally and in the community is growing. It's not going away. Please move on, or please step aside. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Swope. Welcome.
Thank you. I have to pick up my daughter from school, so I can't stay for the whole meeting, and I can't stay for the presentation of the attorney's fees. Yet I did see the proposed hourly fee, but I didn't see an estimate of total expense. I mean, what is this going to cost in terms of dollars, goodwill, and community unity? Kent and Mike are very good attorneys, and as a result will mount an expensive, aggressive case. What's it going to be, $5,000, $10,000 a day? Is this really a fight worth fighting? You have the opportunity to take the high ground and move forward to benefit the kids rather than squandering our precious dollars that could be used to fill math vacancies or provide technology to kids who won't otherwise have it. I appreciated that Trustee Rosenberg embraced Superintendent Martinez at the administrators' meeting. As a parent from your district, I like to think that it was a genuine gesture. One or more of you have got to make a move to solve this and work with Pedro. We need leadership that will bring us together, not vendetta spending. Only you will be held accountable for the dollars lost in the end. You run the risk of becoming inconsequential in the public arena and the legislature. Please do the right thing and do it now.
Thank you. Greta Jensen.
Oh, good God.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Greta Jensen, and many of you know me from Parent Leaders. Today, I speak from the perspective of a concerned parent of a high school student. My points come from many discussions at our daughter's school and in the community. I will be brief and make 3 points that I believe you should be focusing on. The board's decision to remove our superintendent from his duties and the current lawsuit has become a distraction deterring from the work that needs to be done to educate our children. We need to get back to the business of educating the Washoe County kids. Many issues are still of grave concern. AB 46, the capital funding bill did not pass. What is your plan for capital funding for our schools? Yesterday, the GB Hall, which is the lower level of Reno High, flooded. Do you have any idea what that does to the learning environment? What energy are you expending coming up with a capital funding solution? The problem still exists. Common Core, the new curriculum now in place, how is it working? Are our teachers or students prepared? Do we have everything in place to make this transition successful? What are you doing to aid this endeavor? Thirdly, the funding formula, a priority this next legislative session. Are you prepared? Are you going to fight for Washoe County's share? Are you working on this? It's coming up. There are merely 3 big issues, these are, that involve policy. Are you too distracted, or are you working on these issues? I haven't seen anything in the media to indicate that you are doing anything other than asking the community to understand your decision to remove the superintendent from his duties and permit you to spend money on your lawsuit. Instead of spending time and effort and money on lawsuits, I believe our students in our community would rather have that money and energy directed at educating our children. Let the superintendent do his job, and please do yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Bianchi? Bianchi. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dave Bianchi, and I'm a financial advisor and community activist. It's been a little cloudy, dark, cool. There's even been some mud spread around. So am I talking about the recent weather? Or what happened in the events of the last couple of weeks? Well, unlike the weather, which we cannot do anything about, we can do something about what's happening at the school district. And I really think we need to open the dark clouds to light. I can't speak for the rest of the concerned citizens here, but I, for one, would offer to help. How can we help? How can we bring all of these forces back together? What can we do? Because in the end, it's really the success of the students that will make the sun shine.
Thank you. Leslie Mix. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name's Leslie Mix, and many of you know me as a Hispanic community leader. You've known me as a television manager. You've known me as a communications person, but mostly you've known me as somebody who cares about this community. Sadly, I'd like all 6 of you to resign. I'd like you to apologize to Superintendent Martinez. I'd like you to apologize to the community. I'd like to apologize, you to apologize to all of us. I'm appalled that you haven't. I'm appalled that we went into the school year and the kids and the teachers and everybody has no idea what you're doing. At the end of the day, as a group, I don't trust you. I don't trust any one of the 6 of you. And it's sad. I've known you for a long time. And I'm sorry that you made the choices that you did. But as individuals, I hold you individually responsible. I don't want to see an apology from 6 people. I think 6 of you ganged up on 2 people, Mr. Martinez and Ms. Gutierrez. Unfortunately, that impacts a portion of the community that is very close to my heart. I also don't want, as a community member, to have to pay, or our children to pay, your legal bills because you showed such poor judgment on the day in question. Every relationship takes 2. It didn't just happen a few weeks ago. This has been building and building and building, and each one of the 6 of you had an opportunity to take a higher road. You haven't done it so far. I hope you'll take our counsel as a community that cares and do it now.
Thank you. Fred Altman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President and Board. I thank you for the opportunity to speak a few minutes. I've been in this community for 30 plus years as foremost an educator. I was a teacher, a principal, and a coach for many years in the high schools in San Jose. And I have volunteered over the last 10 years, quite a bit of my time, to help education in this community. I've seen a lot of pluses in the last few years, and I'm just very nerved of what's going on today. I have 4 grandchildren in school. I have 2 children that have graduated from schools here, went off to college. One is a professor. Just the past year came back from Switzerland. So we have an educated family. Both my parents were school teachers. And in all my life, I've never been caught up in a situation quite like this. I'm going to challenge the board to do one thing. Get together and figure out a way to lead this community. Get together with Pedro, figure out, like you would teach your children, like we teach school kids, to try to come up with a solution, to try to get along, and let's get this over with. If we can't manage that, then I would ask you to step down. I think that's a fair challenge to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know what the first name is. Fennell? Delia or Della?
Hi, it's DB. It's odd.
Welcome.
My name is DB Fennell, and I'm a longtime resident of Reno. I moved here the first time in 1970. I came back in 2000 after I lived here 15 years, went away for 15 years, and came back of my own choice. The reason I came back is because I love living here. This is a remarkable, unique place. I'm also very involved in a huge upheaval in this community to bring new business here, to nurture entrepreneurs, to help grow our community. It's a wonderful thing to be involved in. One of the things we talk to people out of the area about is moving here because of our school system, because children can grow and prosper here, and then we educate them properly. The recent publicity about your actions has dismayed me, has embarrassed me. I share a great many people in the community's respect for Mr. Martinez. I had several dealings with him. I volunteer to read with a child in your school system. It's the best hour of my week. I'm very committed to helping this community grow and be really a great place to be. I implore you to do a better job, to fix this, to apologize to each other, stop spending money and time on things that are not important. What is important is our children. And I applaud Mr. Martinez for the things he's done. The Vaughn Middle School data collection project was impressive to me. I just hope that you will get the pulse of the community before you take action. And I think consensus is that he's doing a great job. So join in and be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Wright. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Wright. I have 4 children that were in this school system. So I've seen superintendents come and go, school boards come and go, been to board meetings off and on throughout the years. As you can see, I'm against Common Core. I've been at odds with all of you before the situation with Mr. Martinez occurred. I want you all to totally look at what is happening. Be aware of what this system is you're trying to bring into our schools. These are our children. The curriculum that is being squeezed in inch by inch, and the data that's going to be absorbed about our children is very frightening. I'm opposed to Mr. Martinez because of this. What he stands for is maybe important in his book, but what it ultimately means to our community is a government takeover, and it is very extreme, and it's very scary. I have 4 grandchildren now in this community, and I want you all, whatever happens with what you've done, and I totally agree with these people to stop the money drain on this. We have severe problems that need to be addressed. But the most important thing is to stop Common Core. I urge you, please, take a look at who David Coleman is. Take a look at where the data of these children are going to go. It's very serious. And I please implore you, Mr. Martinez, to look deeply into this and to understand it's your children as well as mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Media Right? Welcome.
Thank you. Superintendent Martinez, thank you. Deputy Superintendent Tracy, thank you. Chief of Staff Christian, thank you. I live at 3870 Neal Road, Unit 121. It's a senior building. And I happened to go out on the first day of school and saw all of the parents and children walking to school together. But it's not just the children that are going to school, it's the children in baby carriages. It's the little toddlers walking beside, and they're going to school, and they're going there to learn, and the children look very hopeful, and they look very happy, and the parents look very determined. Thank you, Superintendent Martinez. You have done that, and we have your back. And what I saw done here is something that reminds me of a derangement syndrome. And I'm going to nickname it Superintendent Pedro Martinez Derangement Syndrome. And why I use that expression is in the response to your lawsuit was the use of the word attitude, the use of the word disobedience. Children and historically slaves were disobedient. Leaders are not disobedient. Leaders do not have attitudes, they have vision. They have a strategy. They have a direction. Thank you, Superintendent Martinez.
Thank you. Mr. Ippolito.
Leaders that are disobedient.
Welcome.
President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, honorable board members. My name is John Ippolito. I have 4 children in the schools, and I wanted to talk about Nevada Academic Content Standards, which this state renamed Common Core because it's so toxic to Nevada Academic Content Standards. You can change the name, but it's still a pig. My son who is a 9th grader last year. He finished his math requirements under Nevada academic content standards for high school as a 9th grader. I'm not so sure why this is such a good thing and why we want to continue with this program. I'm also concerned about why we lost so many teachers in Incline. We lost between 15 and 20% of our elementary school teachers, and what we lost were the best teachers in the school, in my opinion. These teachers are experienced, they are committed, they have years of track record in helping all the students, and it is indirectly related to these content standards. And I hope that you guys can reach out to some of these teachers and get them to talk to you. One of the reasons they won't speak in public is because some of the other teachers are for it. It's very divisive amongst the teachers too. The two worst things about Common Core are the data collection, this unprecedented data collection. 47 states have the exact same databases. The federal government spent $612 million to make sure that data can be tracked on all the children in 47 states. This has never happened. Part of the data that's going to be tracked on these children is psychological and discipline. There's some other things that we're not sure about, but definitely we know if a kid gets in a fight in 3rd grade, that could follow him the rest of his life. If a girl needs to see a counselor in 8th grade, that may come up for the rest of her life. I don't really have enough time. The second thing is this AP US history. The main architect of Common Core, Nevada Academic Content Standards, is David Coleman. He is now miraculously the president of the College Board. The College Board is responsible for the SAT and all the AP classes. The SAT has already been dumbed down. The SAT, starting in 2016, will be dumbed down to align with Common Core. Make no mistake about it. AP US History. This is incredible what has been done to AP US History. I have a handout for each one of you, and I have a few extras if anybody out here wants them. AP US History. I'm going to run out of time. Larry Kruger, who taught AP US History for years, and he is won numerous awards from the College Board. He talks about AP US History. Basically, I don't have time, so I'll just tell you this. The Founding Fathers are almost eliminated from AP US History. Theodore Roosevelt is totally eliminated from AP US History. The wars are a joke. The dropping of the atomic bomb, it turns out to be America's fault. None of the stuff that led up to the dropping of the atomic bomb is covered. It's atrocious. I have a handout for each one of you guys, and anyone out here, I have a few extras. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jenny Jackson. Welcome.
My name is Jenny Jackson. I've been a volunteer in the school district for 25 years. I have to say I'm disappointed to be standing here again today. I was hoping that sometime during the past 2 weeks, calmer heads might have prevailed and we would have been moving on to doing the business of the school district. But that hasn't happened, and school has started with a, should we say, major distraction with all of the talk about lawsuits and lawyers and all of this kind of stuff. And I think maybe we need to get back to the basics. I was thinking about this on my way back. I spent some time with my grandson, and a story, I don't know if you remember the Berenstain Bears from your kids many years ago. There was a story about trust, and Mama Bear left Sister Bear and Brother Bear in the house, and they started playing soccer. Well, you can imagine what happened. The soccer ball hit the lamp, and the lamp burst into 8 million pieces. And Mom came home, and she said, you know, what happened? And the first thing they said, well, we don't know. Well, they finally admitted to it, and Mama took the opportunity to teach a lesson that perhaps we all need reminding of. And that lesson was that once trust has been broken, it's very difficult to put back together again. And I think that's what's happened. I mean, when the 6 of you made the decision on the 22nd to, and I'm going to use the word fire because, you know, Superintendent Martinez, I think the public's trust was broken. What the Berenstain Bears, what the little bears were encouraged to do was to admit their mistake and move on. And that's what I'm going to ask the 6 of you to do. You broke the public's trust with your actions of the last couple of weeks. there's a very small window to possibly put that trust back together. I don't know if it can happen or not, but I do know you don't have much time to do it. But so far that hasn't happened. I've seen lawyering up, I've seen lawsuits, I've seen people making, I don't know if accusations is the right word, but talking back and forth and not saying nice things. I'd like to see this be put back together. I think Superintendent Martinez has done a great job. I think if the board disagrees and wants to do something different, there's ways to do that, and they weren't followed. I hope that isn't the board's choice, but I'm digressing a little bit here. My main point is that I'd like to see you put all of this behind you, all of you, and work together again. But if that can't happen, if it doesn't happen very quickly, then I would ask that the 6 trustees resign. But I hope that's not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe I have the last card here, unless anything else comes up. Andrea Hughes Baird.
Should have had one for me.
I'm sorry, but you can come up right after Andrea, okay?
That's always let Andrea go first.
Oh. Okay. Mr. Daly, we had you down under 2.01, but you want to go now during public comment?
Oh, I see. So you have public comment, then we're going to open 2.01.
Yeah.
And there'll be public comment for that.
Yes.
Sure, let's do that.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. It is hard to express my disappointment in the leadership of this district in words. I'm absolutely beside myself. Everything I said 2 weeks ago, I would say again today. Legal actions put an organization in stasis. Nothing gets done. Lots of energy is misspent on non-productive discussions and actions, and the product is forgotten for the short term. This district's product is the education of our 63,000 kids. It is far too important to be forgotten. This district cannot afford being in stasis, waiting for the leaders to stop focusing on themselves and their disagreements. If this board truly has the well-being of the students as its top priority, then it will make amends as quickly as possible, settle legal matters as inexpensively as possible, and ensure that all of its actions and words put the focus on the students immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, that's all the cards I have under the general public comment. Is there any other? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 2.01. Consideration of contract for retention of outside legal counsel pursuant to NRS 386.410 in connection with the lawsuit initiated by Superintendent Pedro Martinez against the Washoe County School District and the Board of Trustees, and in connection with the allegations of violation of the open meeting law. And Mr. Robeson. Welcome.
Thank you. President Clark, honorable trustees, Superintendent Martinez. I want to be clear on what I am not here to talk about. And I want to be clear about what we cannot discuss today. We are not here to talk about the superintendent's character, performance, or competence. We have been reminded of that by the superintendent's council as of yesterday. We received yet another letter suggesting that if competence, character, or performance is discussed, another lawsuit will be filed. So we won't do that. We are here instead to talk about a lawsuit filed against the Washoe County School District, not by the trustees, one filed by the superintendent in which a reasonable reading of that complaint suggests that over $1 million in damages is being sought. And I share the concern as potential counsel for the Washoe County School District that there's better places to put that money. But lawsuits don't go forward without the defendants being represented by reasonably competent attorneys. And that's why we're here, to talk about why you need outside counsel, to educate you in order for you to make a prudent and sound decision, what this lawsuit is about, what our contract is about, and financial impact. The best lawsuit filed is the one that is resolved the quickest. We are here to advocate, to recommend outside counsel be hired. There are several reasons why we believe outside counsel is appropriate in this case. The first is that you are entitled by the people of the state of Nevada to do that. Speaking through their legislative representatives, they have enacted a law that says that this school district, through its Board of Trustees, when it deems appropriate, may hire outside counsel. The policy that was apparently used to implement our services initially was one that gave Chief General Counsel the ability to hire outside counsel with consultation with the superintendent up to $50,000. The actual wording of that policy was impossible. It had to be conduct through the Chief General Counsel. However, we believe that you have a fight on your hands that you didn't ask for. You have a law firm pursuing this lawsuit that has 400 lawyers prosecuting a claim for over $1 million against the Washoe County School District. I have respect for the lawyers that the superintendent has hired. I am optimistic that they will approach this litigation as reasonably as we will if you approve the contract. Ethically, every lawyer in this state has an obligation to the court system and to the parties to litigate and negotiate, but never procrastinate. And that's what we want to do with the Superintendent's Counsel, with your sound and thoughtful advice as clients. Another reason why you need outside counsel is because of the nature and the composition of the lawsuit itself. You were sued by the superintendent on July 25th, 3 days after the July 22nd meetings and action to relieve him of his duties. That lawsuit was amended, and as it is presently filed with the Second Judicial District Court, it claims that you violated the open meeting law by virtue of what happened and the action taken on July 22nd. The remedy for that claim is A, reinstatement, and B, attorney's fees. Reinstatement is moot. Attorney fees should be moot. On July 31st, through your president, you declared and acknowledged that the action to relieve the superintendent of duties was void. What legal services are now required to establish a violation of the open meeting law is unknown, but those fees should be minute. They don't need to be run up by either side in this case. The second claim is a claim that you were going to violate the open meeting law as a result of having an agenda item concerning the superintendent's performance on the July 29th agenda. objections were made to that. The agenda item was removed. What attorney fees can be awarded with respect to that are completely unknown to us, but should be minute. That open meeting concern has not ended. Now, the superintendent's lawyers have claimed that a pleading I filed in which there were other alleged deficiencies that might arise at a public meeting must have happened at a public meeting. Well, every one of you know that that did not happen, and you have so stated with your good faith cooperation with the Attorney General's office when you gave them those statements. The witch hunt doesn't end there. When President Clark issued the July 31st statement claiming and acknowledging that the decision on action on July 22nd was void, the superintendent's lawyer said that must have happened at a closed-door meeting. That, too, is an absurd accusation. That did not happen. It doesn't end there. We have now received public record requests where each one of your cell records are being demanded. Each one of your computer, laptop records are being demanded to be produced under the public record law. Not to establish anything that has been pled in the lawsuit, but for a fishing expedition to maybe find other potential violations of open meeting laws. We are not causing those fees to be incurred. The third claim that you will be confronted with in this lawsuit is the accusation that the superintendent's employment contract was breached. Breached because he was fired. That situation reversed itself on August 1st when the superintendent resumed his duties, presumably in good faith under his existing contract, and is now working under his existing contract. The elements of a breach of contract claim must prove damages. The superintendent's complaint, when read to cover the 4-year period of time of having been fired, is a damage claim in excess of $1 million. Although the superintendent is presently working, presumably in good faith, under the contract that he is now obligated to perform in good faith. We hope he does, and we hope you do, because that contract has been restored to its original situation, and there are no damages. We will challenge that claim in court if you allow us to be your lawyers. A second component of that claim is that there was a breach of contract because his duties were assigned to others. And his contract does not permit that. Let's be clear about that. But having returned to his full-time position under the existing contract that has not been breached, his duties are not assigned to anyone. And as I said, an important, indispensable element of a breach of contract claim is damages. There are no damages for any duty that has been assigned to another, notwithstanding the fact that he has returned under his contract. The final claim is one that is a bit curious, vague, and if not ambiguous. It accuses the Washoe County School District of a tortious breach of the employment contract, which means bad faith. Bad faith has to be pled with particularity and established a special relationship. That special relationship is not even pled. We are confident that if we are your lawyers, we can dispense of that claim with a motion to dismiss because there's no special relationship, and he was ably represented when he negotiated the contract in an arm's length negotiations. The lawsuit is at a very embryonic stage. Your response is not due until September 9th. Between now and September 9th, the course of the lawsuit may change dramatically. It is my understanding that a public meeting, public noticed, will soon be scheduled by the president, An agenda will be prepared and distributed, setting forth with particularity and specificity those areas of character, competence, and performance that you wish to discuss with the superintendent before the public. The superintendent's lawyers have invited that meeting, have insisted that the court enforce that type of process, and we will recommend, if we are your lawyers, that you follow the process that the superintendent's lawyers have demanded that you follow. What happens after that meeting is unknown. We are not in the business of giving political advice or running the school district. We know who is. But one of three things happens. There's a good faith effort to proceed as the situation now exists with mutual and reciprocal commitments of good faith, and things go forward. But even if that happens, I have read the paper to see that the superintendent intends to pursue the lawsuit despite a situation that perpetuates the existing situation. We will be able to defend that if that's his decision. The second alternative is if there is a termination for cause under paragraph 14D of the employment contract. There are reasons that exist in that contract define what cause is. Fraud, material breach of contract. If that is the decision at your next meeting, there will indeed be prolonged litigation. But the complexity of the lawsuit will change. It will be a breach of contract for trying to establish fraud or material breach, and that will be a long-term deal. The third alternative is if there is a unilateral termination by the board. Pedro Martinez negotiated a contract which permits the Washoe County School District to unilaterally terminate the contract. However, that option requires a 90-day notice and a mutual release. A clear reading of the superintendent's complaint suggests to us that there is no chance of getting a mutual release. So that option may result in prolonged litigation. So then we move to the contract itself. As I said, I think there are sound and valid reasons why you need outside counsel to go toe-to-toe with a 400-member law firm seeking $1 million in damages. I have practiced law in this state for 42 years, tried over 100 cases, 2 juries, probably 500 cases in courts throughout the western United States. I don't want to litigate this case. I don't want to have to defend you. I want to see the money that you would spend for me be spent for the teachers. But we have no control over that. We are defendants. We have no control over that. So the contract also suggests hourly rates. They appear to be high by any reasonable person's standards. The rates, I assure you, are no less than Snell and Wilmer's. Moreover, they are discounted. They represent a combined situation where there are 80 years of legal experience in these kind of cases under that contract. I have asked that Mike Malloy be associated with me in defending you. I have done that because he and his firm have over 40 years of familiarity and experience with the Washoe County School District, representing the Washoe County School District for nearly half a century. He is an excellent lawyer. He's one of the brightest people I know, and he knows open meeting as well as anybody in Northern Nevada. So for those reasons, I think that it's appropriate that if you approve the contract, Mr. Malloy be associated in this situation. The last thing I wanted to talk about is the fiscal impact. We can't tell you right now what the fiscal impact is because we want an opportunity to resolve the litigation, to minimize the fiscal impact. Whether that can be done under the present circumstances or in light of the meeting that will soon occur, wherein the superintendent's character, performance, and competence is discussed, we don't know. But it is our professional responsibility, it is our ethical responsibility, and it is our duty to the courts of the state of Nevada to try to resolve problems, and that's our commitment to you if you hire us. And with that said, I will entertain any questions that you may have.
Questions? Trustee Gutierrez?
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you for being here. And this is just, as a trustee, you know, my biggest concern is what you just stated as far as the fiscal impact. And so with regards to the $50,000 that Randy allocated, so are you saying that you don't know, how much has that been spent?
One, $50,000 has not been charged or wrapped up yet. We know what the other side has already charged because we've had discussions with Mr. Peterson about some of the possibilities, the avenues of resolving this claim. We know what they've charged. Ours is not, hasn't approached 50,000. But may I add that this board has the right to hire us effective July 28th, and that's what we've asked because that's what the legislative intent of that statute is.
I understand that. I just, from a transparency, since it's on
Sure.
the staff report, I just wanted to make that statement and ask that question. The second part, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well,
the second part, just like you, I'm an optimist. And I'm a super optimist, actually. And so I think that, and I've heard your discussion here, but I really am going to lean towards intelligence and care. And I'm really going to say that I don't think we need to even take this path. I really believe in my heart that between President Clark and Randy Drake, that we could sit down with our Superintendent Martinez, and I've said this publicly, and I've reached out to you, Howard, that we could do reconciliation. I truly believe we can, and I know there's been a lot that's been said about my colleagues, and you have to understand that I'm in a very difficult situation because I dearly care for this district, and I also care for the board members here. And it hurts me the same way it hurts them. And so I'm going to put my logic and my intelligence first to my president, which is Barbara Clark, and to Randy Drake, for us to even sit down with our Superintendent Martinez to even ask the question, would he drop the case? I think that should be number one.
I agree.
And so that should be, for me, and I've been saying this publicly, and I've said this with all my heart to you, Howard.
Yes.
I think we're bigger than this. I really do. I know your guys' heart. I know Barbara McClurry's heart. I've worked with these people. I have great trust in Barbara and John. I've worked with them side to side, and also with Barbara Clark. I've had 2 years with the new board, and I'm going to lean towards the intelligence and the character of this board. And leaders do make mistakes, no doubt. And I'm not going to point fingers here, but I'm going to lean towards that at this moment. I'm pleading Barbara Clark, Randy Drake, for them to sit down with Pedro Martinez before we even take this path. I would even add that with regards to, you said that you don't know how much this is going to cost, but still as a trustee, I need to know exactly kind of like a tentative cost to this, you know, if we take this path. So I couldn't even vote for this because I would need to have a budget in front of me because I'm responsible for what happens with our children and all the programs here at this district, so as my colleagues. So that is my statement.
may I respond?
Sure.
I respect your position. I think it's well reasoned. It's appropriate. Problems like in life, and particularly at this level, should be resolved exactly that way. Many things that the 6 trustees have said have been used against them. Those discussions would have to be protected under what we call confidential settlement discussions. That's one comment. 2, the litigation budget and schedule that we're working on right now has a 3-way scenario because we don't know what's going to happen if this meeting takes place and there is a review of character, performance, and competence. We don't know because that dramatically affects the schedule and the budget. But once that decision is made, you'll have a litigation budget and schedule if the contract is approved within weeks. Well, within a week. So I just wanted to address that.
I just still stands like I'm an ultra optimist, and I'm trying to take my emotion out of this and really lean on my colleagues. And, you know, this is what I would like. I've reached out to Howard, and I believe in Randy in those, what you just stated. I haven't asked Pedro Martinez, but I would ask him to sit down, and I think that's the first step. I could not vote for this today, despite, I respect you tremendously. I did a lot of research, and I commend you for your career and sort. But I still, believe that would be my position.
Further questions? We do have some public comment. Shall we go ahead and take that now?
I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May be asked back up, we'll see. Mr. Daly. Welcome.
Thank you. You know what an oxymoron is? Jumbo shrimp and minute attorney's fees. Mr. Martinez, I find myself in the awkward position of having to say you've been wronged, I think. I do not support a lot of things that have happened under your leadership. And I think, despite what some people will say, if you look at what's happened to the special education community and the actual graduation statistics and things, it hasn't been rosy. So, and people criticize the board for, to the board side for firing a minority. Well, one of the first things you did, I think, was fire Jane Woodburn, who I think may have been a minority, and she was really good, I think. I mean, this is just from where I'm coming from. Now, to me, there are a couple of 10,000-pound elephants in the room. Number one, Randy Drake, if I'm not mistaken, used to work for you, like before I got arrested. And then right after that, he began working for these guys. And then he's in on a team that recommends that they dismiss you. And I just heard that y'all should get together with Randy Drake and work this out. Seems to me like there's a potential conflict of interest there. And oh, by the way, Randy Drake is an attorney, and he was in on that meeting when y'all apparently didn't read the open meetings law and did the vote. I've read the open meetings law, which is why I showed up a year and a half ago and knew it was okay to get arrested, because I knew it'd be in violation of the open meetings law. So why didn't your attorney know that? Or if he did, why didn't you listen to his advice? Elephant number two, Barbara Clark, you are my representative. You haven't responded to my emails. You haven't responded to my phone calls. And by the way, I was looking at your biography on the site. It says you've got a JD. So you're trained as an attorney. Is that right? You have a legal degree, a JD.
To law school and have a Juris Doctorate. I never sat for the bar.
Okay, so you have a legal degree. You have a law degree.
I have a JD, yes.
So you ought and be able to know how to read the open meetings law. And you ought to be able to know how to answer to your constituents. Ma'am, I don't know about the other five. You should step down and be ashamed. And I think you all should be questioning Randy Drake's role. When Mr. Martinez and I sat down, I told him about some possible things with Pedro. And with Randy. And I think you all ought to look at the history there. Finally, Howard, and I love you.
Yeah, right.
A year and a half ago, you said that I made fools out of the school district during my thing. I'm glad you gave me the honor of having that kind of power, but congratulations, I think you did it without me this time.
Thank you. Mashan Asagwa. It just went right out of my brain. Sorry about that. Welcome.
That's all right. I have to laugh because I thought I was actually in the first public comment, but as it worked out, this is great. You know me, I'm Mashana Squaga. I'm a native Nevadan, and I've been in the community for many years, and I'd like to think that I've tried to do things that add to the community. I actually think it's great that I'm speaking now after Kent's remarks, because my thoughts are a little bit different. You know, I think anyone who's been in business for any period of time has been involved with lawsuits, and I'm one of those. And when you start off in a lawsuit, everyone's fired up, and you think that you're absolutely 100% correct, and that there's no way that the judge or the jury won't go with you because you're so right. And then after about the first month or the second month of billings and time and anguish,
you start to come off of that a little bit and realize that this is not a slam dunk. And I think that's what concerns all of us here, is that this is not going to be, once you enter this realm of lawyers and lawsuits and it really starts to take hold, it's not a quick and easy thing. Karen, alluded to Kent and Mike being great attorneys, and they are. And Pedro, your attorney's very good also. They're going to go at it full force, and we're going to be here watching for months and months as these bills rack up. Kent implies that you have no choice because you've been sued, but the fact of the matter is you do have a choice. Let's step back, like what Estella is saying, and take every measure that we can to try to resolve this without going to court. Do what you need to do. I don't know if it means bringing other business people in, people that you trust, that can help mediate a solution to this. And Pedro, it means your side too. Do it without the lawyers first. Make every effort you possibly can to resolve this without the attorneys. And then I think you'll find that you'll have the support of everybody. But it's really important, again, that we seek a compromise at this point. So I'm joining, I know a lot of previous comments, but we beg of you to step back and try to resolve this without attorneys. So thank you very much. Thanks, Estella, for making that comment.
Jim Frommer. Thank you. Welcome.
I wasn't planning on speaking to this, and I'm unscripted, but listening to Mr. Daly, and listening to what Estella said, Mr. Daly has been very passionate about what he believes in, and I applaud you for that. But he's trying to put that aside for the betterment of the district, for his child, for every child in the district. And so I would just encourage you to kind of build on that, on what Mr. Daly has done. I don't know him. I've never really met him other than in this room. But kind of build on that being able to put aside some really strong feelings, and kind of, it's a good catch, to do the right thing, and really, as Michonne just said too, is try to work through it, get a mediator. Sorry guys, but take the attorneys out of the room and really try to work through this. I think you're right, Estella. I think we can do this. And I got to say to each one of you, now that I'm not scripted, I don't hate you. I don't dislike you. I disagree with you, and you know I've said that. But I don't hate you. I think we're all in this for the right reason. I think we can put this behind us. It's not going to be panacea, perhaps, but I think we all want what's best for the kids. So I would look at each one of you, including Dave, who's not here, but I would say it to him too, is to really try to work this out, and kind of use Mr. Daly as an example. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards for this item. Was there any other public input? Seeing none, we'll come back to the table. Does somebody have a comment? Or
Well, there's the big question, okay? What do we do?
So thank you, Howard, first of all. And I got to tell you, that hug cost me about half a day of my wife not talking to me.
Well, that's the first time I've ever broken up a marriage.
But I want to say for the record, the fact that you came up and apologized to me was so meaningful. In front of all of our 200 administrators, and and I have a lot of respect for your attorney, Mr. Robinson. Your name came up when we had our tragedy at Sparks Middle, and it was just such a tragedy that it was told to me that you're one of the best attorneys in this community, and I think it said a lot to me that you were willing to help that family. For the public, I want you to know that none of these lawsuits, 0 of them, are about any money for me in any way. I found myself in a difficult situation on July 22nd, which I think was just a complete misunderstanding that went too far. And I tried my best to explain, and it just didn't work. And I get that happens. We're all adults. Mistakes are made. But you have to understand that our staff and our students look at me. They look at my actions. And we plead in our district, we plead in our community that we always admit when we make a mistake. We always plead not to bully, not to harass, and to make sure you stand up for your rights. That's the only thing I've done. I have no other intention, none.
Okay.
And frankly, I would love to move forward. The reason I came back was that I love this community, I love this district, I believe in the work that we're doing. Sometimes I've disagreed with members of this board.
Yes.
I've always said publicly that, and I said this in my evaluation, that, you know, I feel that you make me better, even sometimes when there's tension. Because frankly, sometimes I need to hear different perspectives. And I've shared with you, and it was a positive evaluation, that the constructive criticism you gave me, I took it to heart, and that's on a public record. So I have no other desire but to try to move forward, to try to put this behind us.
Fine.
All I ask is that your actions reflect that as well on your side.
Fine.
And I think, again, I would love to move forward.
Well, then, it seems reasonable to me that the next step would be for the lawyers to get together and say, we're dropping everything, and we will get back together again and actually try to understand each other. That'd be something new and different.
Am I allowed to pass the gavel off?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and approve consent agenda, I mean, not consent agenda, item 2.01. Is there a you're not, sorry, I almost jumped back in my.
Pardon me. There's been a motion to approve the item under 2.01. Is there a second?
Yes, there is. And I need to explain why. Until we do this properly, so that there is no problem on either side, I think this is the prudent way to do things.
Oh, discussion? Mr. Mayor, did you have?
No.
Barbara?
The reason I am put forth this motion is that we are faced with a lawsuit as of this moment. Any wise, and Estella, I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking this with any, don't take any alternative motive, because I don't know whether I can believe what I read. I read in the Reno Gazette that you had hired attorney to represent you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think it's fair that we also have attorneys to represent us as well. There is a lawsuit. We did not bring that forth. It was brought forth. And quite frankly, the things that are stated in the lawsuit are, in my personal opinion, erroneous. So I have to stand up for what I believe in and what's being directed to me. And I did go to law school, and the first thing they teach you is that you need to have legal representation, because I certainly do not know the laws of the state of Nevada, nor do I know what protects me or does not protect me, or what you can or you cannot do. I rely totally on legal help in the legal arena, and I believe that that's fair. So
I just need to respond to for the public, and this is, I've been honest with the public. Yes, I had to hire an individual counsel, and I would have to say that I would hope that the community would agree that I'm in a very unique position. It's more for legal advice. It's not to go against the district or anything like that. So because of that, I thought it was prudent, because of everything that had transpired during all of this time for the last 3 weeks.
I'm not disagreeing with your
So
decision.
that's just for the record,
In light of what we have discussed now,
Yes.
do you still feel the need for an attorney?
In light for now, I'm hoping that we don't go in with all of the attorneys. You have to understand, with regards to the long list that the plea had stated, just for the record, none of those was consulted with me. So none of those statements do I agree, or have I even I indicated in any conversation with regards to the laundry list that's on there. So just for the record, I'm in a very unique position. My hope is that we do away with this. We don't go in the path with all of these, lawyers, and that we take the high road. Basically, it's very easy, in my opinion.
Yes, Barbara.
Oh, trust.
You know, Pedro says that he's not in it for the money, but yet there's a lot of money riding on our decision. And I don't think we should not have representation, because he might get advice from his lawyers to continue it. So I think just covering ourselves by having the lawyers might open some dialogue here too. And so when it gets settled, I'll be the first one to yell hooray, because this has been tiresome from attacks from people that I've been here 72 years. For you guys that came here in 60, welcome to Reno. But I've been, because I can't say anything as long as this lawsuit's up. But kids that I went to high school with, wondering why, and they're saying, well, you're just that way, and things like that. And it's been miserable, and I've been through a lot of them. But this is the worst one I've ever been through. And so, and I know Pedro's got character, and I hope he says, hey, let's drop it, and then we can start. But until the ball really is in his court, and if he wants to hit it back to us or put it down and let's go forward, that's his prerogative. He can quit this tennis match tomorrow if he wanted to, or he could hit the ball back to us, and then don't have this motion. So I'm speaking in favor of this motion.
The operative factor here is trust. It's just that simple. We need to trust one another. If the best way to do this is to let the lawyers iron this out, fine, then let's let them do it. If it costs us a couple of dollars, it costs us a couple of dollars. In the long run, I think it'll be better for the kids. One thing that I think is really important to understand, our kids are fine. Pedro, you've done a lot to make damn sure they're fine. And I learned a long time ago, no one is irreplaceable. I thought I was for a long time. I wasn't. So, let's get this on track. If that's what needs to be done, then I speak in favor of the motion. Let's get together and stop this from going any further, and come together and actually, we don't have to sing Kumbaya or anything like that, but come together and get this together for the kids.
I still would have to vote no, just because from a fiscal impact, I still need to see some type of a budget.
That's fine.
I think that's just only fair with regards to transparency and so forth. So, we're voting on something, we don't know how much it's gonna cost. So we're saying it's not gonna cost, but yet it might cost. And so what does that mean? And so I can
With any
vote.
kind of luck, we won't have to worry about it. If indeed what I'm hearing here today is what we're feeling, we don't have to worry about it. All we have to worry about is how to get it done. That's all. We're supposed to be grown-ups. I said supposed to be. Okay? Motion.
All right, anyone else? I would like to take a moment as well to say I'm very anxious for this to be solved, and I believe that the attorneys would be the people who could do that. I think we need to have that as part of what we're doing here today. I want us to get back to work on all of the things that are undoubtedly the most important to me in my life, except for my family. So, all right, we've got a motion on the floor that's been seconded. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those not in favor?
No.
Thank you. The ayes carry that motion. Yes, we'll take about a 5-minute break.
Good.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring the meeting back to order.
That'll be nice.
We are now up to the consent agenda. Are there items that trustees would like to pull?
Yes, please. 4.04.
4.03.
Anything else? There's only one other. So then, do I have an approval of 4.02, approval of the minutes from the May 27, 2014 regular meeting of the Board of Trustees?
So moved.
Discussion?
You need a
We have
second.
Second.
Yes,
We don't
do.
have
Okay.
1, 2.
You need a second first.
We need a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, 4.03, approval of student support services local plan for fiscal year 2015. And I don't have my thing in front of me. Which staff is?
I don't know who.
Oh,
Okay. So, would you like to ask your questions? We also have a public comment on this item. Do you want to start, Trustee McCleary, with your questions?
Who's going to answer them?
Frank is on his way.
Oh,
Okay, we'll
well,
just
why don't
wait.
you go to 4.04?
Okay. Well, who's in charge of 4.04?
I don't know.
Let's see.
What's 4.04?
4.04, oh, thank you, Mr. Rossi. Okay, 4.04, we're going to move to that. Approval to renew Microsoft Volume Licensing Agreement. Trustee Rosenberg, you had a question?
yes. We're talking about leasing programs, right?
Essentially, the way Microsoft has changed their licensing format over the years, yes, that's kind of what we do now. Whereas you used to go and buy a copy of Office, and you used to buy something called software assurance, which was, they should have called it insurance, because let's say you bought Office 2010.
Right.
If you bought software assurance and Office 2012 came out, you got to upgrade without having to repurchase a full version of Office. So now we make annual payments. Whatever versions come out, we get to upgrade.
Does that
If
go?
we stop making payments,
Payments?
though, we have to stop using the software.
Okay, does that go across the board? For instance, I have a situation at the university. I have to buy software for Adobe, Photoshop, all that kind of business. And when I was reading this, I said to myself, wait a minute, why the hell am I doing that? Because it costs a small fortune. Isn't it less expensive to rent it?
It is over the long term
haul.
because you're not having to repurchase the same thing.
Same.
So one of the advantages that K-12 education has with all technology is we have greatly reduced pricing.
Okay.
There's no way we could afford to use what we use if we had to pay retail price.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's my question. I just wanted to be sure of it because I'm going to suggest it to the university. If they use their heads for something besides hat racks.
Trustee Mayor?
I have one question. I got 2 emails today saying that you wanted my hidden information and everything. I didn't open.
Oh, so a spam email.
I don't know if it was or not.
They've been all
Well, let me say for public record, the IT department will never, ever send an email to anyone asking for a username, password, or with a link to help you with your account. We know your username, so we don't need to ask for it, and we don't know your password. So if you forget it, we need to reset it for you to something random to have you reset it. What I will say is also on that subject is we literally block millions of emails every year. But the people that send those emails never sleep.
Yeah.
And they are constantly probing the fence, and occasionally some get due. They get through, so yes,
Well, they're
please
not-
ignore them, delete them, and
They're not too bright because they put, instead of IT down at the bottom, they put ICT.
but if you put your mouse over any link, just hover over it, don't click, you'll see the link that it actually goes to, and it's usually some unrecognizable website, so.
I didn't know that.
Okay,
That's a good idea.
so, kind of off topic here. However, if there's no more questions regarding the licensing agreement, I'll go ahead and take a motion.
I so moved.
A second?
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Savaggio, did he come in?
We're texting and calling.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and move on the agenda. Would that be all right?
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll come back to that item. We're now on to board reports and superintendent's report. Trustee Gutierrez, shall we start with you?
Okay, board reports. John, Mayor, and I we attended CUBE, the Council of Urban Board of Education. It was 3 weeks ago, approximately. I have to tell you, that was probably the best conference we've been to.
Excuse me, President Clark. The agenda says the reports won't start until 4 o'clock.
Oh,
sorry.
For
sorry.
time certain.
So do we take a break or what?
No. Yeah.
You wish.
Take a break and nobody can come back. How about Mrs. Anderson? Are you ready to go? Would you like to be next? Would you like to come on down? 7.01, update and discussion on topics of consideration for the 2015 legislative session. Mrs. Anderson, welcome.
Thank you, President Clark. Lindsay Anderson, Government Affairs for the Washoe County School District. Here today to talk about and get preliminary guidance and approval on our 2015 bill draft request for the 2015 legislative session. As you'll recall, we're allowed one bill draft. It has to be submitted to the Legislative Council Bureau no later than September 2nd. So based on our board meeting schedule, I'm coming to you today for preliminary approval, and then at the August 25th, I think, board meeting for final approval of what that bill draft will be. We did talk about this a few weeks ago at a board meeting, and the preliminary guidance that you gave me was around emphasis continuing to be around capital projects and finding solutions to solve our capital funding problems. So in the staff report, you can see there's two ideas that we had talked about. The first one being the continuation, the request to continue or authorize the school district to continue using the revenue from property taxes without voter approval. And you can see some proposed language there. The second that we discussed at that meeting was around the ability to ask advisory questions to our voters, whether in a general sense or specifically in the 2016 election cycle, to ask a ballot question of our voters. So those are the two ideas we had talked about. Happy to answer any questions about which one of those you think we should go towards. I can tell you that since the time we last met, there's been a lot of discussion statewide about the first option, the extension of the rollover bond authority. My sense is that will be a statewide issue, so whether or not we decide to sponsor that bill or not, I think there are other legislators, a bipartisan, by region, I guess, or statewide group of legislators who have every intention to sponsor similar legislation as that, so we may not need to use our bill draft on that issue if we choose not to. The language around other bills is not available yet. It's still very preliminary, but I do think there are other opportunities of groups of legislators to sponsor similar legislation to that. So I'll looking forward to hearing your thoughts.
Questions? Comments? Trustee Mayor?
You know, Elko County has something similar to that, where their rollover keeps rolling over and rolling over and rolling over. And so at the state school board association, a lot of members from other districts were talking about doing this, but they hadn't heard of anybody sponsoring a bill yet. So maybe you might want to check out with some of the other counties and see if that's true, and then we could do two also on our own.
My understanding is we've talked about this with the superintendents of other counties, and there is interest from other counties for them to participate, as well as Clark County, so I do believe that there is a benefit for many other counties in this state besides just us.
Yeah, one of the things that just to add on, we're getting quite a bit of interest statewide around looking at this issue, mainly because, you know, we're one of the few governments that has to go and renew a rollover, which isn't equitable. We also know that if we can leverage our existing rollover, in other words, we have certainty of it, we can minimize any new taxes to the community. And so, you know, that's something that, you know, we think it's a good, it presents a good value to the community. And as Lindsay said, the need is so high across the state that, you know, like I said, there's a good chance that there's going to be bipartisan support. And I think, frankly, instead of us just trying to carry this, it could be legislators that are representing both the North and the South and the rural that can help us with this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, Trustee McClure?
Is there anything new on the funding issue in relationship to, you know, students of weighted formula?
I can certainly let Superintendent Martinez talk about that with his role on the committee. That committee will sponsor legislation moving forward, the proposal that was agreed upon by that committee.
all right.
That's not something we necessarily have to sponsor. We will be active participants in the discussion, but it's not a bill we need to sponsor.
Yeah, the last recommendations that were adopted by the task force, and I represented the superintendent, and really, you know, more than anything represented the interests of the North, because it really did become a North and South issue. And Trustee McClure and Trustee Mayor know that because we were able to unify the Nevada School Boards Association, the Nevada Superintendents Association, and so the recommendations were to weigh the funding 1.5 for children that are English language learners, children that live in poverty, to also look at and try to help improve the funding for special ed, which is, you know, just not adequate, with the condition that districts would be held harmless during the biennium. And so this way we're looking hopefully at new resources.
Okay.
And I was very heartened by the fact that, you know, Senator Michael Roberson, along with, you know, Senator Mo Dennis, Lucy Flores, who's running for lieutenant governor, Pat Hickey, who's our House representative, we're all in unison that the way to solve this is not to be taking money from other districts, because that was the initial issue. Now, I will tell you, there's a phase 2 of this. I am part of I volunteer to be part of the committee to look at just the general formula as it is, because it's a very antiquated formula. And my only interest there is to make sure, again, that every community is treated equitably, because it's very easy to sway things to a certain part of the state, and they have a lot of need. I don't deny that. But again, when you have a very small pot that isn't adequate, the answer is in trying to divide that inadequate pot.
Right.
Thanks.
Well, I would like to suggest that you come back to the next meeting with a draft proposal on each of those topics, and then we can look at them both and have further discussion on them to see which direction we go based on the entire language.
So like a mock-up type of thing?
Yeah. If it's due by September 2nd, is what you're saying?
We could submit language similar to this to the Legislative Council Bureau, and then
So you don't have to do the whole BDR side.
Right.
Gotcha.
We tell them what we want, and then they mark it up in their legal format, and then we would approve that and submit it as our bill draft. So we only have to submit the conceptual idea by September 2nd.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, that's so. I guess we can wait and come back on September 2nd, because you already have it drafted, unless there's a different arena in which the trustees would like us to look at.
I'll be back.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to go back. I see Mr. Savaggio here to consent agenda 4.03, approval of student support services local plan for fiscal year 2015. Welcome. And I believe we have a public comment as well, but Trustee McClure, you had some questions?
Right. In looking at the restructuring plan, I actually have got copies of just about everything that you've done in relationship to all of this. I'm interested in, perhaps this is outside of my authority, but I'm curious, in looking at how the money is going to be spent to meet the priorities that you've put together in this restructuring plan. So I guess for me, I mean, I'm not sure I understand the thinking behind all of these, and I'm looking at, what I was looking at today, and I'm gonna be beating a dead horse, has to do with the Stetson report and some of the findings that are there. And then in here, I noticed you said the autistic children and restructuring what's going on with the autistic program. What about the emotionally handicapped? Because I don't know where I've been. I thought there was something in here about that. You have students with autism and intellectual disabilities. What about the children with social emotional broken hearts and broken wings, that kind of thing?
And before you answer that, I guess my concern on this whole thing, this is when I went through it and not quite sure I understood everything in it. This seems to be a large topic of why we would have it on the consent agenda and not have a presentation on it.
I mean, for the local plan?
Is it because, tell me.
Well, the local plan usually is a consent agenda item. And with regard to the restructure plan, I did present before on the restructuring of special education, so.
Well, I was looking at tying the money to what your restructuring plan
Right.
was, I guess.
So let me address the question regarding the the students with emotional handicaps. So as part of the restructure, you'll notice on there that we put a position in that was going to be an administrator over all the SIP programs, over the over Turning Point and over day treatment to work with those programs. We've also increased the number of board certified behavior analysts that we have. We've also worked out a relationship with Children's Cabinet to increase more therapy support of these programs. So as part of that restructuring, we did put that in there as a priority, Dr. McClure.
Well, I don't see it in this.
As far as the presentation, is that what you're saying? So
Right, that's all.
yeah.
I was just trying to match up what you had put in the restructuring
Yeah,
plan.
and part of that is I'm really giving more of a 10,000-foot level of what we're doing as far as the restructuring plan, as far as the details of that and how it worked out in our budgeting. That all those areas were put in there as far as the budgeting of how we were going to support those programs.
Well, wouldn't that sort of be called like project-based budgeting or something, if you were going to match the funding to the actual programming that you're doing? Special ed has been a concern for several years.
Sure.
And so I'm highly concerned about those youngsters and believe that we really need to be on the cutting edge of whatever.
Agreed.
I mean, I see some of what you've put in here, and I think there's some good ideas, but I don't tend to see, and I know I'm supposed to be at the 30,000-foot level. However, I believe that I also have a degree of expertise in relationship to not only regular classrooms, but special ed students as well, especially since I had all of the autistic children and the severe oral language handicapped children 100 years ago. So I have a great interest in how this is all going to play out. And I look at the strategic plan, which reminds me, where are we with that? And you've got money in both places, particularly with provide rigorous and relevant curriculum and instructional. So funding within existing resources, 10.8 million, and special ed fund, 50 million, with 8,400 students served. And I know you're changing some of the complexities in relationship to the good tier 1 instruction, and I couldn't disagree with that at all. But I also believe that I'm not sure what the focus is going to be with the children who you have to do lots of things differently in order for them to learn. So
Right, and let me just,
does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. Let me just add a little bit to what Frank said. You know, as you know, Trustee McCurry, you know, special ed has been one of our most challenging areas, and it's one of the areas that we still have the largest achievement gaps that are just unacceptable. I look at the steps we're taking as sort of the beginning, of using an analogy of baseball. We're barely in the first inning. You know, we're going to be bringing committees together from the field to really look at, because we have some schools that are doing amazing work. I mean, I've seen firsthand where we take children in self-contained classrooms, slowly transitioning them into general ed classrooms and seeing great success. I've also seen other programs like that don't have any success. So one of the things that we've asked Frank is to look at the training that we're providing to staff. I think the parent component is huge. And I applaud Mr. Daly for his passion, because we have not engaged parents in an effective way, especially in special ed. And so, we put a parent committee together that Mr. Daly's wife actually has graciously volunteered to be part of it, and to give the insight of more of the district level, making sure that that parent voice is heard, because again, it is something that we know has not been adequate. And so to your point, Trustee McClure, I mean, again, we can continue to piece these documents together to make sure all that is reflected. But I do see this is the very first inning. And so I'm hoping with, counsel from you and other trustees as needed, that, you help us also as we guide this, because nobody in the country has figured this out, sadly. I wish somebody did, because then we'd go over there and try to copy it. But we also know that within our district we have a lot of success stories. They're just islands, though. They're not systemic, and that's what we need to change. That's always what you've been advocating for. We have to figure out how to make it more systemic.
Question.
Wait, the Trustee Mayor, then Trustee Rosenberg.
This is a real concern of mine, is these special education children, and they're my children. They're all my children. And I think you've got such stars out there in the classroom with special ed. That kid, and he looks like Dobie Gillis, he looks so young, out at Verdi, is
Trustee
doing...
Mayor, you need to speak into your microphone so they can...
Yeah, I think his name's Eric. I'm not sure, but he teaches autistic children out at Verdi, and he's got a wonderful, wonderful program, and he works very hard. But to take him and put him on some of these committees that are doing district-wide things, and then he's got, I think, 2 parents involved in, they go into the classroom and everything. And we don't have to invent the wheel. We just gotta let the wheel hit a home run. And I think you got so much talent out there. This summer, I went with Tracy Davis to Beasley School, and it was all special ed summer classes. And each one I went into, and you can ask Tracy, I went out, I was floored at what was going on. Those teachers, I mean, and I'll have to say the paraprofessionals in that classroom, those kids, they got the lights on their faces and everything. And those ladies, there were about 10 or 12 out there at Beasley for summer school, and they'd be a wonderful resource to put some curriculum and ideas together. And I think I'm glad to hear the superintendent saying that he's putting some committees, and you're putting committees together. But don't forget the parents, and don't forget those wonderful islands. Was it you that said islands? But those wonderful islands that are out there, they're just marvelous.
Trustee Rosenberg.
Frank, has anyone involved anyone up at the university?
Yeah, we have, yes, all along people from the university. When we had our first set of committees, we did have folks from the university join us in some of that restructuring.
I know that Steve Rock is very interested in it and is trying to increase the number of students that will come into it, and you know how difficult that is.
Did you have your hand up, Trustee
Yeah,
Gutierrez?
I'm sorry, Trustee McClure, because I know you're really involved with, as an educator, I'm just trying to understand your question. Are you just mostly concerned with the severely handicapped, or how?
No, but I am concerned with autism and with children with social emotional issues.
Yeah.
Those are severe mental health, actually, issues in many. There's a gradation. If you take the spectrum, or you look at how all of these children are identified, and the autism spectrum is a very different way to look at children than it used to be 5 or 6 years ago. So I'm interested in making sure that whatever we're doing covers every single gradation, because sometimes with the new definitions, you'll have a child that would show as what we used to call a severe oral language handicap, and there is no particular program for them. I mean, that's been an ongoing saga
Right.
in the school district for as long as I've been here in Reno, and that's nothing new, but I just am concerned about some of that, because if you've got it, I have a grandson basically on the autistic spectrum, and in my way of thinking with him, he appears to have all the characteristics of severe oral language handicap. And he's had a wonderful speech therapist work with him this last year and has made remarkable coverage. But how you shape the language and what you do with children who have disabilities, either in expressive or receptive language, is very different than what you do with an autistic child who may be profoundly handicapped. So, I mean, I'm just concerned about making certain that we've got programming to meet the needs of all the children, not just having all these kids have a label and then be not serviced appropriately. That's
And that's a national, this is the national issue. And I think we discussed this during your last presentation, but even at TMCC and at the university, that's even an issue as well. It is, and so, yeah, okay, thank you for clarifying.
And let me just say, part of the restructure was last year we had special ed administrators that were basically in charge of everything. So they were in an area 2, let's say, and they did autism, they did CLS, they did SIP, they did every program. So this year, part of the restructuring is what we did is we set aside 4 administrators to work on the resource population to get the outcomes improved in that area, and then full-time administrators for these other areas. So, and then we put teams in place that had expertise in those areas to work with those populations. So I really believe strategically we're in a much better spot than we were last year to get better outcomes from what's going on.
Well, and
So-
that makes sense, because if you, there's not everyone who can be an expert in, say, autism, speech and language
Yeah.
handicaps, and
That's exactly right.
reading
And we were
disabilities, math disabilities, ability not to write. I mean, it
Right.
goes on and on and on. And so having the strength that you have on staff and putting them,
Exactly.
that's strategically a very strong move.
Thank you.
Trustee Rosenberg.
Frank, I'm old, you know that.
I
In
would
the
never say
olden
that.
I know that, but I am. In the olden days, it was a stigma. And it was really difficult because by the time you knew that something might not be where it was supposed to be, it was almost too late to do anything about it. Now we keep records, and it's the kind of thing that when a kid will come into the university or into TMCC, we know that there is a difficulty with our disability people, and we can make arrangements for it. But that follows them up, right?
You mean going into
Records.
university?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Going into college? Yeah. So they have records that follow them where they go. Yeah.
Many of them won't say it.
Right.
I've got a kid that's got dyslexia, and he resolutely refuses to acknowledge
Now
it.
the question is, was he identified in K-12
I
at some
don't know.
point? Yeah.
But he breaks my heart.
I guess my concern, Superintendent Martinez, is the age-old concern that we've been addressing in the board meetings about how do we as trustees match up the funding to the programmatic element. And it's very difficult in the way this has been presented and with the plan that was presented that had certain components in it that we would be looking for, such as professional development, etc. So this is such a large and cumbersome and very difficult subject to understand. As a trustee, I need some help in being able to align the resources to the changes programmatically and restructuring that you're making in special ed so that I can understand it. Therefore, if I get questions, I can pass it on. And so I just cannot align this document that we got today to this previous document. And not that I want staff to spend, iota, but I would like some general numbers that are going to go with the restructuring plan.
Sure.
Because we've made it very public. You've indicated many times that we're doing a restructuring and that we're going to now do things differently. And for us to be able to then evaluate that, we need not only, what the outcomes are programmatically, but fiscally as well. So if there's some way in which we could get some kind of general numbers associated with the restructuring plan and the differing programs, you know, just in general, I think that would be helpful to understand the path that we're headed down. That's my concern. Any other questions? So we think we can get that maybe in a month or however long it takes to.
So Frank, remind me, what's the deadline for submitting this to the state, or what? How does
we
that-
can just send it on. No, you can go ahead and send it
so,
on.
Yeah, the
just-
local plan is usually, yeah. So what we can do, President Clark, is if you allow us to submit it to the state, we can we can bring back a document that just crosswalks, really the restructuring plan with the budget, and then this document, and then we can do that. So, because like I said, we've done the work.
Right.
It's just really putting it on paper. And, and like I said, Frank has been very thoughtful about looking at how we train staff, especially support staff, because we have never done a good job training support staff. This year is the first time that we've developed a curriculum to actually work with our support staff, because they generally deal with the behavioral issues. So I think those kind of things are very well lined out, and so we can just do a summary of those kind of items, as well as some of the other budget items that overlap, like the professional development budget we have for all staff, which includes special ed teachers.
And I think that can be emailed, and then if there's questions, we can put it on the agenda.
Sure, fair enough.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Oh, yes, thank you, sorry. Mr. Daly, welcome.
As you know, this is a subject that's near and dear to my heart, and I've come to learn it's near and dear to the hearts of other people, and they're just afraid of getting up here because it's scary. I've said for some time there's a crisis in this district, and it's a crisis of management, and it's just a crisis of caring. I think some steps may be being taken to resolve those. My kid has 2 years left in school, and there have been 20 findings of this school district being out of compliance with my child, state and federal regulations. One of the findings from about a year and a half ago, was that the district produce a plan where the state would verify that the system was in place to verify an free appropriate public education for all children in this district. I wrote about a month ago saying, what's the status of that? And correct me if I'm wrong, but what I got was Washoe County School District missed their deadline, and it's an ongoing thing. Now I'm reading the header of Mr. Salvaggio's report today, and one of the conditions of funding is to being able to prove you're providing free appropriate public education and an individualized education program to each child. So I'm wondering if that wording was on there last year, and you seem out of compliance with a state corrective action, shouldn't that corrective action actually guide the answers to a lot of the questions that I've heard today? Shouldn't there be, okay, this is going to address the training, this is going to address the parent issue because you were ordered by the state to figure that stuff out? And B, since the corrective action plan was to do with my child, why in the heck don't I know what's going on with it? You know, more than just paperwork has to be done. Barbara Clark, you say you're for accountability and transparency. Demand it of yourself and demand it from the other people. Not to whip them, but to create a learning organization. The school district needs to be a learning organization, not an excuse generator. Am I wrong, Frank? Am I wrong? I mean, didn't they mandate that corrective action? And it's not done yet, right?
That's incorrect. It has been submitted to the state. We're waiting.
Is it in action? Is it being, there were to be 3 interim reports in the last year. Were they written?
And the public's, unfortunately, the comment portion is for you to comment. If you'd like to, I know there's a process, Mr. Daly.
Okay, could you stop the clock while she's talking, please?
I know there's a process currently ongoing in how to address Mr. Daly's questions. Is that not correct, Mr. Drake?
Yes, I think it's been ongoing with the staff and Superintendent Martinez and my office.
So I'm just not sure.
Okay, well, first of all, if the process is that
For
2
questions
things.
and answers.
Okay, then it would seem your interruption is inappropriate too then, and your excuse. and I had 17
Well,
seconds left.
As the facilitator of the meeting,
Okay.
I'd be glad to put more time on for you.
Thank you.
But we need to keep on track. of
Okay,
what
so
the
my thing is, this was all supposed to have been done by now, and it's not. And it sounds like it's still in the planning stages, that actually the plan hasn't been approved yet. So now I'm beginning to understand why some of my other concerns kind of happened. I'm beginning to understand why I've been so frustrated. Mr. Salvaggio and Mr. Martinez, I think you're both nice people. The culture has to change. And darn it, my daughter's a junior now. This has been going on since junior high. I know there's a long-term plan and long-term goals. The I in IEP stands for individualized. And it appears you're out of compliance with a state corrective action while you're up here. Why isn't this even being talked about in front of the school board? This is transparency. Shouldn't he have come forward and said, well, the state mandated we do this? But it appears that this is a surprise. So I invite you all to find out what the state corrective action plan is. The finding was supposedly sent to the superintendent's office. And his plan it seems like they kind of help outline this. And don't spend a dime until you're sure that the bottom line, and it does have to do with social emotional. Thank you, Barbara McClory. You're the one person that's answered my phone calls.
Thank you. Mr. Ippolito. Welcome.
President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, honorable board members, thank you. I just listened to this gentleman, and I noticed what I see as the other end of the spectrum. My son, who is number one in his class as a junior at Incline High School, and when I brought up this rewritten version of AP US History, the suggestion was, well, maybe that's not the right class for your son. So we only have 300 kids. We don't have any other AP classes. We don't have AP World History. We don't have any other option for my kid. He's not going to go for this rewritten version of AP US History. But he's going to be in the class. He'll probably get an A, but he's not going to like it, nor are many of the other kids. So one of the problems with what this board is supporting is you're supporting this. On the resource kids, with this, and again, this is indirectly related to Common Core. It's all a package together. It's a total takeover of our education. This data tracking, these kids, your grandkids, my kids, these kids are going to be tracked. If they're autistic, that's going to follow them to the workforce. This isn't something that goes away. You're better off in reform school because those records get expunged when you're 18. This stuff doesn't go away. This stuff is going to follow Barbara's grandson until he goes to get a job. We know that colleges are looking at this stuff. This is wrong, and it's not being addressed. The legislative, well, we don't know what's going to happen in Nevada. That's basically what I wanted to say. And I have 2 more handouts if anybody wants them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there any additional questions for Mr. Salvaggio, trustee mayor?
I wanted a handout.
Yeah, we all do, or at least pass it around.
I don't know if this is on topic, but so you can, President Clark, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to make sure that we are in a good working relationship with Mr. Daly, that his needs are being met, because I'm not getting that sense tonight based off of his comment, and how I want that to happen.
Well, Mr. Drake?
I'd be happy to speak with Mr. Daly as soon as possible. We haven't spoken for some time since we had our last meeting, and
I'd like to speak to Ms. Clark. She's my representative. That's the problem. Let's quit passing the buck.
I'm also your representative.
And I trust you.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, are you?
So we'll have Mr. Daly contact Mr. Drake. You'll contact Mr. Daly.
absolutely, and I'll
Tomorrow,
facilitate whatever, yes, and I'll facilitate whatever communication needs to take place.
By tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any on the topic of the Student Support Services Local Plan for fiscal year 2015? Are there any more questions? Did you want to make public comment?
I would like to, yes.
Come on up. You can fill out a card afterwards. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm new to the community. We just moved in 2 years ago. I have a son over at North Valleys. On this, I've been substitute teaching since I moved here. I'm a retired law enforcement officer after 37 years, and it's really easy to substitute these special ed classes, or ESL. I speak Spanish fluently, so I've substituted a number of those classes. Those are my favorite classes because they're just easy. The resources are enormous for this class of people, but I have a special ed kid across the street from me, and I act like his father because his father's a truck driver. He's gone most of the time. And this kid is now repeating his senior year because he can't function well in society with the education that he's received. And I know there's been, like I said, an enormous amount of resources put towards this, but from what I see from law enforcement and government is that everybody's just increasing their bottom line. You know, you see a need and then you fill it and you get paid for it, but there's no result for the kid. There's no possibility that he's going to get a job in the community. This kid that I mentor, he's a great kid. I mean, he's just a really great kid. He could do most anything that my son could get. My son's a 4.3 student. But, I mean, do anything like drive a car, you know, activities like that, right? But he can't read or write. And I've been to counseling with his mother at the school, and I just feel like the school system has done all this stuff you're talking about, but there's no result to it. He can't function in a job. He can't read or write. But he could, because we've had him over the house. We make him do it at our house. We make him read. We make him write. My son mentors him constantly because they're both in the ROTC program. And he could do it, but there's just been no discipline through the school system to make him do it. And his mother speaks Spanish, so she's not aware. That's one difficulty I've seen in the system, is that for the Hispanic parents, the kids just schmooze the whole thing over. They come home and say, I don't have any homework today. And the parents have no clue. I asked one Hispanic mother over at one of the elementary schools in the ESL program, and she said, Craig, the parents, she said, the Hispanic parents are afraid to discipline their kids because they've seen, you know, the cops show up and then the parents go to jail because of CPS. And the kids, they speak English, so they tell the story in such a way, you know, that they get away with it. They're always getting away with it. And this is what this kid has done year after year after year. He's gotten away with it. And the school system has no program to discipline kids like him, which there are. Half the school system seems to be that way to me. And I send so many kids to the office, you know, put them on detention. But there's no, you get them out of the classroom so you can teach the class, but there's no discipline for it. They're back the next day. It's just ridiculous. The whole thing is just ridiculous. So.
Thank you. And did you tell us your name when you came up? I missed it.
Who?
Your name?
Oh, Craig Newton.
Craig Newton. Thank you, Mr. Newton. If you fill out that card, that'd be wonderful.
You know, all the teachers are afraid to talk to you guys, you know, but I got a really good retirement, so I don't care if you fire me.
You're welcome at a board meeting anytime. We're listed on the website as well. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Salvaggio? Do I have a motion to, for approval of the Student Support Services Local Plan for fiscal year 2015?
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. We're going to go back to board reports, and I apologize, Trustee Gutierrez, for not looking at the timing mechanism, and I know you were telling us about the CUBE conference.
The
So if
CUBE
you'd like to continue.
conference, as you know, I go to 4 of them, and part of the conference is also our steering committees as part of the advisory board for this National Council of Urban Board of Education. I would have to say that in the last, it's hard to believe, it's been almost 3 years now. It's almost my term will be up by the end of this year, plus my term as a trustee. And I have to say that this conference was absolutely amazing. And there was not, I think, John, you were with me. I would think you would agree with me as far as the conference. It was probably the best one. Of course, talking about our diverse systems, meeting the needs of our students of color, just bringing back the cultural aspect as well, how, cultural aspects could be not seen right or what have you, but it was just such a great conference. So I go to another one. My last one, steering committee, would be in October. That will be my last one that I attend. So that's one report. The second report, Kristen and Tracy, you did a great job at the administrators. What do you call that, retreat or? Kickoff. I wish our administrative kickoff was like that at TMCC with the band and everything. So that was really, really positive. I thought you did a really good script, and you really set the tone for the administrators, so thank you for doing that. And first day of school was awesome and amazing. Smithridge, it was great to be back on campus for Smithridge. I hadn't been there for a while, and just to see all those faces that first day was wonderful. Made my day.
Thank you. Trustee Mayor?
Well, she told about everything, I guess, except that I don't know, we won't have the gruesome twosome much longer. I understand Steven Spielberg is going to feature them in their next film. But I just want to emphasize, and I'm a big critic of the intercession and summer school and things like that, but I don't know what was spent on the special ed summer school up at Beasley, but by gosh, they got their money's worth. Little kids with hearing devices, going and doing multiplication and things like that, and they just can't hear, but yet they do some programmings where they can catch the vibes or something, and they were just sweethearts. And I know that's, but we have to do something, I think, for our summer school to group 3 schools in a bond, and then rotate the programs amongst the 3 so that they don't get one school all the time. Every year gets over and over again, and they don't get the deep cleaning that I want to call it during the summer. So if you could like take Kate Smith and Robert Mitchell and Agnes Risley as a core, and then maybe switch the summer school around, and yet they're within proximity, they could walk to the schools. I think a plan like that would be conducive to a better education. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Ruggiero? Trustee Rosenberg?
Well, the administrators meeting. Not only was it chock-a-block full of good stuff that it should be, the 2 ladies really went out of their way to do something that really took the edge off of everything. And I couldn't be prouder for them than I am. You're both fantastic. and I can get you a job in some places. Next. Summer school graduation was absolutely marvelous. The look on those kids' faces, some of whom I know finished their work at like 8 o'clock that morning, and they graduated that night. It was worth every single second of the emphasis that they and the energy that they put in it. It was a wonderful, wonderful evening. And then I went up to the Unity Church and watched them give out probably 200 backpacks. And the little ones came in, got their backpacks. I guess this is for the foster children. Got their backpacks, had their choice of colors for 2 notebooks, and then they could have pens and pencils. And they were as happy as if you'd given them $1 million. We do an awful lot of good stuff around, and the cooperation is great. It was a wonderful, wonderful couple of days.
Trustee McClure.
Well, I've been helping my son move and get all of that stuff done, but as a testament to Washoe County School District's rigor and programming at the high schools, next Friday, I believe, yes, the 22nd, I will be attending a reception at the university for all of the presidential scholars.
Nice.
And I had talked to Mark Johnson about my grandson because he got offers from all over the place. And anyway, he's going to go to the University of Nevada, my alma mater. So you know, Howard, how all of that works. So anyway, he took so many classes, AP classes and all of that, that he took classes up at the community college in mathematics, but in the extreme mathematics, I don't even know what they are. But he took so many that he only has like one more class to get at the university in order to be a graduate in math. He's going into engineering, but he'll probably change before all of that happens. But I am so happy with one grandson on this end of the spectrum and the other grandson on the other end of the spectrum, and trying to make sense of how we work it all together as a school district and as a community. And so much of what we were talking about today, along with what he had to say, Mr. Newton, it is critically important, once again, that people understand that it isn't always the resources dollar-wise. It has to do with time. It has to do with people caring enough to reach out to the parent. The Hispanic community, many times their children so want to get over to the other side to be American that they don't always tell their families what's going on. And it's incumbent upon us as administrators in the school and as our parent involvement that we make certain that there is outreach to those families that don't know what the real true story is, even though they try as hard as they can. Generally, they're working 2 or 3 jobs, both mother and father. So we certainly have a long way to go, no matter how you look at it. But the community's part of it does take that village to raise the child. And whether there's not a role model in the family, that you attach a child with someone who can be the role model, whether it's a teacher at school, whether it's a mentor within the community. I mean, there's many, many ways to make certain that individualized needs are met in children. If we have the will to do it, we can do it. So thank you for your comments today.
Student Representative Carlson. We call on you during reports. Did anybody remember to mention that to you? No. And being your second meeting, your second day of school.
How's it going?
How's it going?
So, okay. It's going. That's about it. All I can say is that I'm doing my classes how I'm doing them, and I'm anxious to keep working as hard as I can until my graduation day.
Yay. Bravo.
Best thing
Welcome
I've
for
heard
that
today.
A+ speech.
Good.
Yep.
All for that.
And you like the snacks?
Very much.
So,
Got 'em.
yeah, you're more than welcome, because you will have an opportunity at every board meeting if there's something you want to report, either from the student council or from your perspective as a student, or what's going on at your school. You're more than welcome to share.
The advance notice.
Superintendent Martinez.
So as Trustee Gutierrez said, we had a great first day of school. You know, one of the things that we don't tout a lot is that in our district, every central office administrator, every manager goes out to schools. So we actually cover all of our schools all on day one. And so we literally troubleshoot everything. So everything from, you know, issues with flooding, issues with, you know, air conditioning, issues with not having, we have classes that are too big. So we literally have eyes at every single building. And I will tell you, I don't know of any other district our size that does this. And so it's something that I just want to thank the staff because, and it's everybody from finance to academics. I mean, so it's every department that's out there. We had, like I said, just a, a lot of excitement. We started at Smith Ridge, went to Donner Springs, went to Hunsberger, and it was very clear throughout the day. Like I said, everybody was excited to be back at school. Last year, I remember how some of the staff were struggling because it was their first year of having the new calendar, and I didn't see that as much this year. Trustee McClary, one of the things that this morning I was at Bernice Matthews, your old spot, and one of the things that they shared with me, and first of all, just their focus on instruction is just amazing. I mean, I would invite you to go and just see what Heidi and her team are doing there. But we doubled the number of kindergartners that were reading at level from just in 1 year, literally doubled. And so there's just a lot of great data points that we're collecting together, so that we can, just share with our community. We still have a ways to go. I mean, many of these schools have been struggling for years, but the focus that I'm seeing is just amazing. I'll share this other story with you. So we're going to have a record number of high school graduates, record number. And one of the stories that was very heartening to me was one of our principals, I won't say which school, it was just about 2 children away from being at 90%. So this is a very competitive high school. So this principal, I won't mention by name, there was a student that the family got divorced in his senior year. And the parents split up, went to different states. The child stood here in Reno, living pretty much by himself. Had been absent most of the year, just needed 2 credits. And our principal had been literally calling and searching for the student forever. He's having dinner just this summer. He's having dinner with his family at a restaurant, sees the student going to a 7-Eleven across the street, runs out of the restaurant to go talk to this child. The family panics because they don't know why he's running. So they follow him because, again, they don't know what's going on. And then talks to the student about coming back and getting his credits done. And I share that story. It's one of just thousands of examples of what our staff are doing in the high schools. And I can't wait for you to see how many more students are prepared going into their incoming 12th grade year, or that have just started 12th grade. So I just want to send some kudos to the high schools because, and it is systemic. It's across every high school. It's not just one. But when I hear that, when that story was shared with me, and just echoing the comments about the summer graduation, I mean, all staff, and Trustee McClure, you said this before, we're just getting better and better at putting in the systems. And in the meantime, we're focusing on these young children coming into kindergarten, which we know more than half are literally coming in not knowing any letters, not knowing any kind of sight words. Most of them living in poverty, all across our community, by the way. It cuts across the entire community. So, like I said, I'm just very excited and thankful to the staff for just this amazing work they're doing.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to 8.01, presentation of Nevada academic content standards. Mr. Bailey, welcome.
Thank you. For the record, Scott Bailey, Chief Academic Officer. Good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, trustees, our student representative. We are presenting on the Nevada Academic Content Standards. It's basically an update this evening around our implementation and implementation strategies. Believe it or not, over the past 4 years now, given the fact that these standards were adopted in the state of Nevada October 2010. Joining me this evening are Kendra Fox, Director of Curriculum Instruction, and Aaron Grossman, our Teacher on Special Assignment in Curriculum and Instruction. I'm now in control.
Uh-oh.
We're going to start with the basics.
It takes so little.
Standard. Yes, it's all right here. A standard is a simple word, but there's been a lot of attention drawn to it recently. So I just wanted to go back to the famed Merriam-Webster and find out exactly what a standard is. And typically we associate a standard with some quality mark, the baseline of quality, if you will. For example, vehicle safety standards. There needs to be at least a baseline. So for this evening's purposes, we're talking about academic content standards. You may recognize this framework. It's the Washoe County Teaching and Learning Framework. You'll notice that standards are mentioned at the base of a vertical plateau there. The standards serve as the basis through which we align teaching and learning. In this case, we're trying to align curriculum, instruction, and assessment based upon those defined standards of quality. You may have seen this analogy before, this illustration. This is how I represent how the Common Core came to us. It's the interstate highway system. So before the interstate highway system, you remember we had roadways that were largely defined by specific standards of specific states. Such was the case for standards. After about a decade of individualized standards, assessment instruments, which were chosen largely by individual states, and also the states being autonomous in defining what proficiency was, it certainly became a concern in not being able to compare student performance across the United States. And further, there were students that potentially were falling through the gap because where you lived, which state you lived, basically could determine your college and career readiness outside of that state. So given that, the National Governors Association, the Council of Chief State School Officers, back as late as 2009, moving into 2010, pulled together experts in the field, including teachers, and they decided to draft what soon became known as the Common Core. It actually started as two sets of standards, the K-12 standards and also the College and Career Readiness standards, but they were merged into one known as the Common Core. So now we have this interstate standards highway, if you will. I would say we now have a network that rivals Verizon in a lot of ways because we certainly collaborate with other states a lot in getting this work done. Nevada academic content standards in the state of Nevada are under one big umbrella called NVACS, or Nevada Academic Content Standards. Housed under this umbrella are all the standards for academics in the state of Nevada. As you can see, there's much more than just math and English language arts. However, it's important to remember that math and English language arts standards were informed by the Common Core, which the state adopted 2010. Some of our key strategies, we first and foremost enlisted a lot of national partners through this vast network. We were looking for free, vetted, and scalable materials through these partnerships. Additionally, we developed, thanks to your support, a comprehensive professional development plan led by our superintendent, whereas we kind of took all those monies we used to build silos with through PD and put everything through the lens of the new standards. So now we have, as we did this morning for 2 hours or more, all the department heads representing different departments and offices at the table through the lens of the standards. What does PD look like so that teachers can make sense of these linkages? And that's second year of operation for that plan. We've also aligned personnel. Again, thanks to your support, we have implementation specialists providing embedded PD, so they're living, breathing, and working in schools, which is fantastic, working in unison with our content area specialists. Further infrastructure, we found it extremely important to ensure readiness for the 21st century, including next generation assessments. And then finally, stakeholder awareness was one of our big buckets we gathered around. Certainly, we're no strangers to doing community presentations, engaging with local news media to get the word out. And then most recently, the states pulled together all district personnel and businesses for the most part in launching the Nevada Ready campaign at nevadaready.gov, which serves as a huge resource bank with which we communicate. As you know, through superintendent's highlights and other forums, we've garnered a lot of national attention with our strategies. To be quite blunt, we've done a lot with a little. Education Nation, if you saw that broadcast, NBC News, we actually had one of our staff from Striving Readers Grant presenting a model lesson to the entire nation around these standards, which was kind of neat. Further than that, we have been recognized through the Fordham study, through national experts and those involved in the writing of the standards. They took note of our implementation strategies. We were one of 4 districts celebrating that national publication, which is an in-depth critique of our implementation. We're very proud of that. We also have in the audience at least 2 staff that I noticed come in that have certainly been involved in these activities. One is Tomoka Dixon. Tomoka, if you'd like to say hi, she's a middle school teacher at Vaughn Middle School, and I believe we have Linda Hunt, Clayton Middle School. Vaughn Middle School is Linda Hunt. She's also serving as NEA rep and WEA rep. We appreciate their work. So if you have questions from the field, they're certainly here and available. And then most recent, one thing that I'm excited about is the fact that we were recognized in Ed Week. We actually had Aaron Grossman on behalf of Washoe County accept the award as a leader to learn from, which was an extremely prestigious recognition, recognizing the work around Core Task Project, again, which is grassroots and founded through our teachers. And then lastly, we just received word from Chief Learning Officer magazine that we're a finalist in Learning and Practice Award, which is it's an international recognition. So that's way cool, and that honestly started with the courageous teachers and some creative architects, innovative architects around curriculum that got us to that point. So we are anxiously awaiting October 2014 when the announcement's made of who actually gets the award, but we are competing with the likes of Boeing. Yeah. But I have faith, Boeing Company. I have great faith that we will make our mark. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our Director of Curriculum Instruction.
Thank you, Scott. As Scott said, we, for the first time, really aligned our resources around professional learning. And so we have our design team meetings. We have them every other week where department leaders, implementation specialists, area superintendents, chiefs, you name it, come to the table and we talk about professional development, and we've never done that before since I've been in professional development in Washoe County. And so the conversations that happen at the table, everything is shared about what is happening around professional development in the district. We meet bi-weekly and really discuss PD to create aligned PD. So it's all around Nevada academic content standards, and so you can't really see the calendar, but I think you've seen a model of it before. But basically the model is that we have, we call them Blue Fridays, where content experts, most of the time they come from curriculum instruction or different departments. They come in and they work with the implementation specialists around the content. And then the implementation specialists go out and work with the schools. And so everyone is hearing the same message. And those happen on the early release Wednesdays. It's a pretty good model for professional learning because everyone is getting, I lost my train of thought. Everyone is bringing their skills up. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that the same content is presented to principals at the A&S meeting. So principals, implementation specialists, teachers, everyone's hearing it. Then just most recently, you might have known that we had professional learning for teachers on August 5th and 6th. And the learning that we did around the Nevada academic content standards on both days, at the elementary level, it was about mathematics. Every K-5 teacher in the school district worked with elementary math content on those days by grade level. We deployed people all over the district and provided that professional development. And the important thing to know is that was developed by teachers. It was led by people in central office, but it was really developed by teachers for teachers. So the content was really what teachers needed, the critical content of the standards. And so we had 120 facilitators do that on August 5th and 6th. At the secondary level, we had a little different model because it's so content focused. So the content folks, the math people went to DePoli. I mean, so we moved them all over the district in terms of their content. And that was all focused on the Nevada academic content standards. So PE teachers talked about PE standards. Art teachers talked about art standards. Actually, the art teachers are really working to integrate some of the Common Core into their work also. With the help of a lot of partners, we were able to make that a success. So I did want to just recognize them quickly. UNR helped us in several different departments: TMCC, Kimmy Candy, Microsoft, the Nugget, Northern Nevada Medical Center, Shakespeare Festival, and the Nevada Museum of Art all came forward for little or no cost to help us out. So it was really an amazing feat to have just about 100% of our teachers work through that on August 5th and 6th. You gave me the remote. Some of our other strategies that we've done to align resources, we've worked with, oh, I'm glad you fixed that slide. I had a bunch of acronyms up there and I thought, that is no good. We did the Basal Alignment Project a few years ago with the Council of Great City Schools. What that did is it took our current reader, Houghton Mifflin, and elevated the questions, the level of questions. So we could still use the stories in there, but we created some deeper level questions to go along with that to reach the depth of the Common Core. Likewise, we participated in the Read Aloud Project, which is at the lower grades, reading aloud, and how you make that align to Common Core. At the middle school level, we participated in the Anthology Alignment Project to try to make our anthology the same way. We bumped up the questions. We worked with districts from all over the country to help write better questions so we could still use our current resources, which was a really good Band-Aid until we can find something that really aligns. And in the meantime, it's been next to cost neutral. I mean, really hasn't cost us barely anything. Another thing we did is we were using, up until 3 years ago, we were using the 2004 version of Everyday Math as our math textbook at the elementary level. And it was costing us so much to print it because it was out of print, because it was from 2004. So we worked with Clark County to do a compatibility study to align with their version of Everyday Math, which was 2012. The cost savings on that allowed us to purchase an online package for teachers to have better resources. Parents can log in at home and access the resource. And that was also cost neutral because of the cost savings from the printing of the text. We've also sought out supplements that are free or just really relatively inexpensive, and we reviewed them and shared them with our teachers. Along the lines of review, in the past, actually up until 2010, we had this vendor product review process, which was, to be honest, it was painful and really just awful. So we'd sit in a room like this, the vendors would come and present to us, and the committee, someone from every department would give the yay or nay. And it could be anything from social studies to a special ed product, and it was everything on the same day, and it took like 4 hours. And we did it monthly for the vendors to come through. And it was really not a very good use of all of our time. So we revised the process through a lot of work and focus groups, and really learned about what the schools needed. And now we have a much better process that helps us get better products. So if a school wants to adopt an online math program to help supplement their instruction, they check to see if it's on the vendor product review list. If it's not, they ask us to review it. We can review it. We also send out a request for proposals. So we just recently finished an elementary math one where all the vendors sent their proposals in. They did presentations all on this focused topic. We approved the ones that were approved, and those are the ones that now schools can purchase. So the new Align process is it's so much more effective in terms of getting the right products and when we need them. Rather than having the vendors knock on the school doors, it's kind of stopped that activity also because they have to register with us and be approved. With that, I'm gonna turn it over to Aaron Grossman, who works in the Curriculum Instruction Department.
I have that.
Oh, Trustee Mayor?
Yes, I have a question. Are all these materials available for parent review?
Yes, yeah, pretty much all of them are. They're posted on websites that they can access, and then all of our curriculum guides from curriculum instruction are posted on our website for parents to access and review.
So they go to where?
The curriculum instruction website.
Say I wanted to see science in 6th grade.
You can access it from our website. You just go to the district website, and I on the new one, I'm not sure exactly where it'll be located, but it's under staff curriculum instruction, and you can click on it right there.
And then when you get to curriculum instruction, where do you go?
You click on the content area you want and the grade
Science,
level, and then,
6.
yeah. Or if it's around a textbook, you can click on the textbook link and see all of the adopted textbooks for that. Along those same lines, I meant to mention too that we're working on a parent resource guide around the Nevada Academic Content Standards. If, Barbara, you probably remember, we used to have these yellow and green booklets, pink booklets at each grade level that parents could get, that we passed out around the standards. And so we're recreating something like that, but it'll be more robust, and we'll print it and have it translated and be able to pass those out. We're getting close to being ready to make them pretty with pictures and things, but the content's just about there, so that will help too.
And can I make a suggestion? This might slow it down, but you know, the problem with those booklets is seeing it from a parent's view, so.
We're on the
how would
agenda
you-
already for the coffee group, and I plan to work with several schools' PTAs across town and do a presentation with the PTA to get feedback there too.
And I would also, I don't know what the appropriate group is, or, you know, through our diversity department at least, and see if there's another group that might be more appropriate from looking at culturally as well, to see whether or not it's, you know,
Absolutely.
what the difficulty is in understanding, or if there's something we can add, or whatever it is. I just think that because those things are so important, we're trying to convey a message, but we need to make sure that which you obviously know,
absolutely,
the
yeah.
message can be received in the way that we want it to be.
Well, I obviously want them to be right, so we will do what, if
And
it takes
it's
a little longer to get them out, yes.
Technical aspect of it,
Right.
but it's about the
Yes.
other aspect. Trustee McCleary.
Yes, Mrs. Clark and I spent quite a bit of time with a teacher who is what I, just from talking to her, considered her to be a master teacher in the utilization of the Common Core with all children within the classroom. What I would like to do this year, if possible, will be to target grade level classes. I'm primarily interested, of course, in K-8 and looking at the threads going up with master teachers' utilization of the Common Core. I saw some real possibilities in relationship to the elevation of the children who are generally slower developmentally, and also what happens to those gifted children as they work into artifacts, all of the primary source documents and all of that kind of thing, which brings me back to this unit that's on here. I mean, that kind of unit is just absolutely terribly sophisticated. Are we encouraging then our teachers in the classrooms in the different schools by grade level, or how are you working, or do you have exemplar units of study? How is all of that working? I told Howard when I graduated from the university as an undergraduate, we all had to create an integrated thematic unit.
Me too.
You know, and that's the
I did
same
too.
thing. I mean, recycling the ideas. However, it's much different now because of the access that you have to all the online wonderful resources, and get into the Smithsonian and into the Nevada Museum of Art and whatever, so that you can have children that actually are beginning to see these things through simulation. So I just wondered about that.
I can answer that. We do have, we actually did a video project with Student Achievement Partners actually there's two parts, but the first part is we did a video project with Student Achievement Partners last spring, where they came in and videotaped 37 of our teachers across the grade levels. I think Tomoka was involved in that. And they took, some teachers were videotaped 3 times, and they said before they left that they saw amazing teaching here, and they were so proud of what they saw. We don't have access to the videos yet, but as soon they'll be posted online. So those are available, but the resources on our website, we're building units all the time. We have committees that come in and work with us to build those things. So it's a work in progress, but we're constantly doing that, yes.
And will those be online? Sorry, Trustee Mayor, after you.
The videos or the
resources?
they'll all be posted on our website or one of the websites that Erin will talk about in just a few minutes.
And, you know, sometimes we all communicate in different ways, whether it's verbally or visually or in the different language. It would probably be helpful if you were able to do a little video on that, where you post those, the standards things, and talk a little bit about what the parent's looking at, or how they can understand, what are they supposed to get out of that pamphlet? Because even when I looked at them, I go, well, okay, there's all these standards here. What does that mean to me in a practical sense, or to my child, or what should I do with it as a parent? And it would be interesting if you could, and I don't know if you can or not, but food for thought.
We can
And
certainly
then
try.
also put it in a different language, you know, so that it's not just geared towards one set of families, but for all families, so that they could hear as well as see and be able to grasp it. A trustee mayor.
You know, in this district, we have a whole lot of integrated curriculum going on. I've been in art classes where the teacher found letters back home from a soldier in World War II, and they made different things in art, and so they were teaching reading and art combined. I was at a Vaughan Middle School where the PE teacher had words up on the board, and they would play ball with the words and learn the words in reading. And my question though is, once they become this master teacher like they saw, that do they get more of a stipend for the work they do?
That's called pay for performance, and we haven't gotten there yet.
When will we get there? You know, sometimes it's nice to give a person a title, oh, you're a mentor teacher. But you know, if we just looked at how many teachers are volunteering the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, everything, they're people that just can't say no. So instead of saying, yeah, I'll mentor teachers for another $100 a week or whatever, they just do it. And so we live off that missionary type attitude from teachers, and we get it for nothing. And I think it's very unfair myself.
Do you want
Just my 2 cents.
Do you want to chip in?
Chip in? I'll chip in $100 for some mentor teacher.
Thank you.
And take her to lunch at Harrah's Steakhouse, except it's closed now.
I know.
Okay.
Well, thank you, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, and the board for allowing me to sort of describe what we're doing in the K-6 ELA realm around the Nevada Academic Standards and Common Core. Scott has said that I have about 10 minutes to somehow reduce 1,000 days of professional learning with my colleagues, and we'll try to do just that. So
Take 12.
take
Live.
12, I can round way up. So I want to take you back to sort of the spring of 2011 when this district really started wrestling with the outcomes described within the Common Core. And most states and districts, there were sort of 3 popular approaches, which I've helpfully listed in the PowerPoint. So the first was, let's just buy something. The second was, let's send people to a conference where they're going to become expert and come back and then tell people what to do. Or the third, let's just invite somebody here to tell us what to do. And instead of embracing a paradigm like that, a number of classroom teachers in Washoe County said, let's rethink this. And very much by accident, we've stumbled upon 3 principles that really describe that 1,000 days of professional learning that we've been doing since 2011. First and foremost for us, it's extremely important that we develop a message that we describe as unfiltered. That is, instead of Aaron Grossman standing in front of a room and telling teachers what to do, we find content of those most closely and intimately associated with the Common Core, and we play it with our classroom peers. It's not mandated. We don't say this is how you're supposed to interpret it. We just trust their professional judgment, and we trust their professional expertise that if they hear it and we what they understand, that they'll make good decisions. And so we play not just the contributing authors, but also the work team members and the validation team members and then other researchers in the field. And to be absolutely clear, we don't just give you one side, we give you both. So you've probably heard that there are people who have said they've had real concerns about the Common Core. And instead of ignoring that, we play it and we have the conversation and we talk about the implications for our students.
All right, on that note,
Yes.
on the, developmentally appropriate instruction in the lower grades, mesh that in with Common Core where they're wanting everyone to rise to a particular level. How does that, has that discussion been had?
So we have worked not just, so I'll have two parts, two responses to that. One, we share, again, the contributing authors, people like Louisa Moats and Marilyn Adams, and the research they used to govern why they included the outcomes in the Common Core that they did. But we've also leaned very heavily on Melissa Burnham and Dr. Diana, let's see, Brock, Pennington, I'm going to miss somebody here, Townsend, Barone. So we've worked with Ed Specialties to address that very specific concern, so that we're not ignoring it altogether, but instead we're talking about it, and we're understanding where that reservation was raised.
Well, and I would like to see if you have any paperwork on that or article on that. That's my particular passion.
And we'll be happy to pass that on. So again, that would be Louisa Moats and Marilyn Adams that we can share with you. And we've shared that again with our Case 2 community, so they're aware of those authors as well. The second principle for us is that we promote only things that are vetted, scalable, and free. Free, I think we can all understand, and why that's been so incredibly important over the last 3 years. Vetted, we wanted to make sure it was consistent with the values of this community. So it means teachers coming together, looking at a resource, making sure that they feel confident it's aligned with what they value to the standards and what they know about the standards. We've shared it with the Lisa Cranes group. We've shared it with different PTAs or PFAs throughout the school district, so that we know that it resonates, again, with our parents and also with our teachers and what we value. We keep everything that we find. If it's not free, we don't promote it, and if we do, we post it. So at coretaskproject.com, it reads, it's a blog, so a meeting like this, we post it so that everybody is informed of what we're doing. At 63000resources.com, you'll find everything that we're using in the K-6 ELA classroom. It is there. And then at Project Tahoe, because of the Teaching American History grant and the money that governs that, some of the social studies outcomes that we've used, it's posted there. So I apologize for 3 different websites, but they have sort of 3 different purposes. But again, I think, and this is sort of an aside, people asked about these great teachers in the classroom. We do have a teacher leader cadre. It's about 40 strong. Those names are at coretaskproject.com, so if a principal or a teacher has a question about implementation, they can hunt down that person and find somebody very specific to their grade band or their content area. And the third thing that we always sort of express, especially in meetings like this will take time. Kids need time to sort of work through these standards and the disequilibrium, and teachers need time as well. So most of the tools that we sort of describe that evaluate Common Core are formative tools. They're not for summative purposes, so that people feel confident that they can kind of experiment and get things right and get things wrong. Scott mentioned this earlier, so getting away from just platitudes, we do have a frame for this work. It's called the Core Task Project. It started in 2011 in October, and it was 18 teachers who said, okay, so what is Common Core? And instead of just keeping this at the research level and hearing from these authors, let's just take it into our classroom and see what happens. So it started with 18 teachers from 16 schools. It ran the whole SES spectrum, so it included teachers from Loader and Smithridge to places like Brown and Jesse Beck. And they brought these outcomes in their classroom, and if our kids could not rise to this challenge, or rise to the challenge, we would have stopped almost immediately, is my suspicion. Instead, these 18 teachers became advocates because they saw what their teachers or their students could do. And the work, when we say, what does it mean to do Common Core in your classroom, to be very clear, and I'll go through this very briefly, it means kids speaking, reading, and writing evidence. It means kids navigating sufficiently complex text in its academic vocabulary. And most importantly, it means building a coherent body of knowledge. This 3-week frame, which is described here, ultimately morphed into what we call the Core Task Implementation Project. So now we bring teachers together, they meet monthly, and they take lessons that we, again, have been vetted by our community, and they take them through what's called a Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle. So they describe what they think will happen in their classroom, they go through the resource together, they implement, they come back a month later, they describe what was successful and challenging, and they give us all of that feedback, and that describes our next steps. So again, instead of us telling them what they should do, they list for us what they need next, and then it's incumbent upon us to meet that need. And then finally, again, because I know resources is always a popular question, this is what we're using. You heard about the Basal Alignment Project. The effective cost of that was nothing. It was us working with teachers in Washoe as well as Anchorage and Fresno, where instead of buying something new, we took what we had, we rewrote the questions and culminating assignments to align to those instructional shifts you saw earlier. And then, again, to be consistent with our values, we write Nevada State history units for 4th grade, US history units for 5th grade, and world culture units for 6th grade. And those are all, again, listed up there. And it's in the PowerPoint thing, so again, anybody can access it. We'll post it at coretaskproject.com, and if you don't find it there, you'll find all of these things mentioned at 63000resources.com.
Trustee Rosenberg?
So what I'm getting out of this is we're actually letting teachers teach. We're not giving them scripts. We're not telling them what to do or how to do it. We're suggesting this is what needs to be covered. This is the student learning outcome. Go. And some of them really excel at this. Others probably don't.
So I think you nailed it. This is about instruction, and this is why we bring large communities of teachers together, so those who are challenged by it can lean on others so that they have those requisite supports to be successful.
All right, so it's peer instruction in that particular kind of situation. The Common Core and its content, I think many times get a little bit misunderstood or misconstrued or something. So I want to see if I can get this straight in my head. This thing that Mr. Eppolito gave us is probably one of the most frightening things I've ever seen in my life. And if indeed we were teaching this, I would be very, very unhappy. By the same token, this kind of thing has to come to the district first. And we know better than this. So it wouldn't get that far, hopefully. AP or any other name you want to call it. Stupid is stupid.
Well, not quite.
Not quite.
No.
Help.
Not quite, because when you have people who are examining the kind of materials in the curriculum that we're utilizing with our students, in my opinion, there may be some validity to what they're talking about, and I think that we need to be careful in taking a straight stand. But if we're looking at this AP history issue, for example, I just pulled something off Ed Week. Mr. Eppolito and I are becoming pen pals. It looks like the College Board will soon release a clarified version of the course framework to avoid any further confusion in the AP history. So when there's a lot of criticism that comes, people go back and look at what they've done and then make adjustments to it. It doesn't invalidate the concepts surrounding the Common Core, but what it does do is it changes and corrects perhaps some of the misperceptions that are out there in some of the data that people traditionally would want to see their students working with versus what they perceive to be now a new version of history. So that's my opinion about that.
Okay, all that is fine. I don't have a problem with any of that. What bothers me is if the tests are aligned with this, what happens to the kid? That scares the living daylights out of me.
But that's the issue. And so what they've done now is to take that AP test and to put together a new version of it that more meets the needs of what the community is telling them, and that the whole Republican Party, of course, have basically, denounced it. But it's not necessary to denounce the whole thing. It's necessary to vet through those areas that need to be improved. And I think that as lifelong learners, and we want our children to be lifelong learners, you can have a defensive posture if that's what you choose to do. But it would seem to me that listening to what the dynamic dialogue is, and then making a decision yourself. However, part of what's gone on with Common Core is the decision has been made by someone else, and there's a number of arguments. I'm not going to get into all of this. All I can tell you is after talking to that teacher, I was fully convinced that if this Common Core curriculum were taught appropriately and at a high level, that every single child within a classroom would move them up to a higher level of understanding, which then gets children ready for college and career readiness without as much effort as what we've done in the past. And Mr. Newton pointed out here today that one of the issues that we have is, well, it just looks like nobody did anything. All right, and so if you talk about grouping students versus looking at a common layer of a standard that you want every child to go to, then you've got a real particular specific thing you must teach. And you must be certain that those children who don't have the ability have a leveled approach to get there. So you look at that concept, and then you don't have to teach all children every single thing underneath that concept.
Understood.
What you do is you pick and choose the ones that are most important for them to understand the concept. So we're really talking about reformed instruction within our own control using our own teachers. And I think therein lies the difference, and why you've gotten so many awards is that you haven't gone top down, which is highly unusual. Most people come in with a professional development plan and go, here, because you can't do it, you won't be able to figure it out. And so I really commend you for all the work. I mean, this is really exciting, Mr. Eppolito.
Trustee Mayor?
You know, I want to tell you something. I'm very proud of the work that we did at Robert Mitchell in revitalizing that school. And so about in May, I think it was, I took some people, high mucky mucks, if you will, to see what a great job it was done. And we walked from classroom to classroom, and we got down by the auditorium, and they said, those classrooms are so noisy. Yeah. And I says,
It's called learning.
I says, yeah, I says, let's go back and see what's really going on. And then I'll kind of, you and I will talk to the teacher and look on the board, the words that these kids are learning in third grade and stuff. So we went back, and those kids, those people asked kids, what you doing? And they had it like that. We're doing word search, and we're doing this, and we're developing a plan where we're going to present it to the class, a report. And went over to another group, and they're doing some science stuff. And we went out of 3 of the classrooms, and they says, man, I wished I had that instead of sitting in rows with my hands on the top of the desk and nodding my head when everybody
You're
came by.
showing your age.
Yeah. But, that's exciting, I think. And, they're more of directors. They're directing the learning instead of teaching. But yet, when the kids have problems or something, they're there to teach it then too. But they got so many things going on, and it is exciting.
And it really all comes back down to the very basic thing, which everything comes down to in education, is a great teacher in the classroom.
Yes.
Because you take a concept and you take a story, say in social studies or history or whatever, that's very high level. And if you're a great teacher, you can, as Barbara said, but in a little simpler English, take that down to so a child that may be special ed can get the concept out of it where they are, as well as a GT. So whoever you're faced with in your classroom amongst your children, you're able to figure out how to frame it so that each child can understand this high level concept. You do better than I do at it. But it really does come down to having a great teacher that can do those things in the classroom. And we really do. The thing about standards, even when it was No Child Left Behind, was the fact that somehow we have to get every child to a certain minimum level, whatever that is. Because otherwise it's so arbitrary that we allow great numbers of students not to be at a standard, or there's no expectations. And when there's no expectations, then you could have it all over the board, and that doesn't teach children how to be lifelong learners or how to be analytical, et cetera, et cetera. So standards, I think, are a good thing. Back when I was a child in school, Lord, and they weren't room. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, but they had clay tablets, didn't they?
But seriously, I got a C in physics My dad was a engineer, so if it wasn't math or science, it was Mickey Mouse, and I'm a history person. And I got a C in physics because I babysat the teacher's kids. And that's true. And back in those days, it was very arbitrary about how you were graded or what you were taught or whether you passed and graduated from high school. It wasn't set that all children would have to meet a standard. And it's much better now. It is much, much better when you have expectations on children, and it can't be a teacher that's saying, well, we're going to go ahead and let you pass.
That's right.
Miss Clark, come over and babysit my kids for a couple of Fridays. We're going to factor that into your grade level, particularly for lifelong learning. I certainly don't want children to fail, but it's important to have standards and how they work out. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox.
I just want to compliment the team, President Clark, because as Aaron said, you know, the core test project started with a small group of teachers, which is the right way to start, and now we're taking it to scale to the entire district. And so I think people are watching us because, you know, to take something to scale with a district our size of over 4,000 teachers, and we know that this is just the beginning, but I can tell you just going into the classrooms, I love when I hear the stories of the teacher that says, you know, I never thought they could handle this level of rigor. You know, I never thought that they could handle this, you know, very complex text or these very, you know, very complex math concepts. And what's interesting is that, and this creates a challenge for some of our children because we have some students that are so bright that frankly they can kind of get away with, you know, just how smart they are. And with these new standards, because we refer to the text so much, it almost levels the playing field because students have to refer back to the text and use evidence and use very, you know, high level vocabulary. So, you know, I used to be one of those kids that sometimes could get away with stuff just because I would just make stuff up, you know, especially in my writing. And what I love when I go into these classrooms, you know, the children are disciplined to really look at this text. And I think the biggest thing for our community to know is that we're focusing on instruction. You know, there's a lot of debate about materials and curriculum, and we have a lot of initiatives to try to put a floor around rigor. But, you know, as, you know, people have said, we're very sensitive about what is the content, and we're very sensitive to, frankly, what works here in our community. That's why, you know, for example, Nevada history, I love the fact how we incorporate Nevada history in many of our classes. So even though there's things going on around the nation, I think one of the things that's important is that we're not just, you know, going through a reading list and just saying that's what we're going to do. We literally vet everything, because I know those are some of the concerns that I've heard. I've heard some of the concerns that there's national lists of certain materials that, you know, some people disagree with. We are very intentional, and what I've always loved, and this is the hard part for our teachers, we don't give our teachers a packet and say follow page 1 to page 200, which is what we used to do in the past. We're now talking about changing the mindset of higher expectations, whether it's our English language learners or our very highly gifted children, and really helping our teachers, frankly, really work on their craft. But again, I'll just remind them, and like I said, kudos to all the staff and Aaron and all your teachers that are working with you, and to Kendra and to Scott. We're still in the beginning stages, but I feel very confident that we're going in the right path because it isn't a top-down approach. That's why our teachers are not fighting us along the way. There is going to be a lot of noise with assessments, and we just got to be ready for that. We don't control assessments, and also for the community to know we don't have control. We're embracing the standards, but this is a state mandate. We don't have the ability to say, well, we're going to pick this standard because we like it and this one not. I mean, we have to follow the law, and we're using it in a way to help increase expectations. That's the main goal. We know they're going to, by the way, we know they're going to evolve too. Standards movement, you know, if you remember back in the 90s, when the first set of standards movement occurred, those evolved for many, many years. And so these standards will also evolve. But I want to make sure the community knows that in the assessments, like I said, we're going to have to just work together. We're working with the state superintendent because it's going to be very noisy. I mean, I think that's where we have a lot of challenges. And so, you know, those are areas that, again, we can't control, but we're working with the state to figure out how do we manage that so when new assessments are implemented, people understand the data correctly, they don't use it in a punitive way, especially against our teachers. Frankly, we shouldn't be punished for helping, you know, for raising our standards for our kids. We shouldn't be punished for that.
However, that does remind me, I know we've spoken about this many times.
Sure.
So how do we in Washoe County School District evaluate our process as far as the professional development that we're doing? What are our outcomes that we're looking for, and how are we going to evaluate that we were successful?
So I think it's an integrated approach. I will tell you, one of the things I'm very proud of is our district is ahead of the curve in implementing great observation tools. And what I love is that we also do a lot of observations where you have experts from the curriculum office, for example, or coaches with the area superintendents. We're doing that more and more. So actually people are observing classrooms more than ever in a very, not in an evaluative way, but in a very constructive way.
Good.
So I think, so know that our evaluation system, at least on the non-data side, is probably the most aligned that I've ever seen. And I would argue one of the most aligned in the country, because we're making headway there. So that is one area which is very high stakes for our teachers. The other area is frankly, just the feedback that we're getting from the field. And again, remember, we have 100 schools, including our charters, because our charters are part of this as well. So we have 100 schools that we're constantly taking the pulse of. And I will tell you, there's nothing more powerful than when a teacher says, this professional development was actually helped me become better, because most professional development in the past, I can tell you right now, has not been very effective. It just hasn't been, especially for our high performing teachers. So those two areas, and I can tell you that we get feedback constantly from the field.
So what's the outcome? What are you looking for as your outcome, and how you're going to evaluate it? If you're looking for the verbal feedback on the process of professional development, are you looking at the test scores? I'm still not quite sure how you're going to evaluate the $2.7 million that we're spending each year on the professional development for Common Core. You probably have told me before, but you'll have to tell me again. What are the outcomes that we're looking for, and how we're going to evaluate it? I understand what Superintendent Martinez says, but that's still not that's a subjective versus a objective. Is there objective?
Certainly, there are many parts to answering that question. What I was witness to this morning, for example, was the design team debriefing in a PDSA concept about what went right, what didn't go right for August 5-6 PD. Changing strategies so that it goes better next time, for example. That's one way we inform the system. We certainly have metrics. You may recall in 2020 version strategic plan, we're kind of tied to the hip with goal 1, objective 1.1, initiative 1.1.1. So we're first off, right? Nevada Academic Contents Aligning Curriculum Instruction Assessment. We've joined forces with OSP and others, the Office of School Performance, that is, under Dr. Lamarca's leadership, and setting up walkthroughs of schools and classrooms this year under a united front through the lens of an instructional practice guide, which is evidence of instruction that has changed as a result of our professional learning experiences. Those are two immediate things that come to mind. My colleagues may have additional responses.
We also survey teachers both on the process and the content to find out if logistically if things went right, those kinds of things that are easy to fix. But then we also survey them on the content, if they plan to implement it, how they plan to implement it, what additional resources and training they need, and that helps us inform us for future training. So for everything we do, there's a survey, and we get pretty good feedback from that. We surveyed every teacher from 8586 also, and we'll have feedback, we'll have data from that sessions.
So how does the evidence whether instruction has changed, where is that cataloged in a way? Is that the teacher's evaluation? Is that the administrator's evaluation? Who gathers that information? What does that information look like, and how is it used?
Well, there are two layers. There's a system layer and a site layer. The principal is looking for instruction that's aligned to the teacher evaluation rubric, for example. And on that note, we are under partnership with Charlotte Danielson. We're one of 3 or 4 districts nationally that are aligning or calibrating what we're looking for around core instruction. So that's one layer. The second layer is, as I defined with our partnership Office of School Performance, we're looking at systems data. Again, did our PD make a difference? Is it actually informing and changing instruction under the instructional shifts and practices required in ELA and math, for example? And if we're not seeing that, then we're going to front load the PD or change the PD so that we address those needs if we're not seeing the evidence. We're going to obviously celebrate those things that work, adopt them as a system, reject those things that don't work.
Trustee McClure.
Well, I think the other thing you have to keep in mind, and I'm not quoting research here, but research will show you that when you do a major instructional shift, as what we're doing here in Washoe County, that it takes time. I would say it takes probably 5 years, but I'm sure that you can find the data surrounding that. So you're looking at both the subjective data, and at some point, once you have keyed in on all of the strategies that you believe each teacher needs to know, then that goes back to the site administrator and the implementation specialists, and if you have staff development specialists and blah, 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 that are looking at each classroom, targeting perhaps a lesson in a content area, because you then have all of the issues across the curriculum as to how well each individual teacher does every single one of those, and that becomes very, very hard to pinpoint. But the ultimate goal is for children scores on tests to go up. We're looking at higher degrees of student achievement for every child, and you can match those children who are in a strong classroom with a teacher who truly understands every single thing that you've taught her and then takes it to the next level, versus a teacher who has been taught the same thing with professional development but has an issue in implementation. And so you can see, I mean, there's just so many gradations of research that makes it tough to come up with an answer.
And certainly to capitalize on that response and to answer President Clark's question, in the rough draft of the metrics associated with Strategic Plan Goal 111, you would find that we're measuring our success of student achievement, or outcomes, if you will, as compared to the consortium, because for the first time ever, we have a like assessment across multiple states. That's pretty amazing. Second, we certainly want to look at student outcomes in classrooms. Getting feedback from teachers. Was it successful? Did it change instruction and an outcome on formative assessments, as opposed to those other metrics which we might consider summative? It's after the fact, right?
Right. Well, there's other issues as well. When you're talking about the SBAC assessments, and then those consortiums of somebody else is now taking over what the documents are going to look like and who's going to be scoring them. So those issues are outside of our control about 100%, as Pedro pointed out. We're going to work with the state and the state superintendent to be able to come up with a better product for the test for the students. I mean, and if the general public doesn't understand all of that, we need to, and we should have been, and that's what that Ready Nevada, or whatever it is, I think, is designed to make certain that everybody fully understands all of the process development that is necessary to make a major instructional shift.
And I would add to that, Trustee McClure, I mean, one of the, what I tell our parents is, if you look at what we're doing on the bigger picture, we're setting very aggressive goals around graduation. And we're doing that on purpose. It's a shift of a culture. And what we're doing, if you look at our data very clearly, and you'll see that when we release our 2014 data, we're not sacrificing rigor. So we're tackling remediation issues. We're tackling children, making sure that more children are graduating with advanced and honor diplomas, more AP classes. We're increasing performance, on SAT and ACT scores. So we are pushing, now we're going slower, because frankly, there's districts around the country that really try to ramp up their graduation rates, but frankly, when you look at underneath the data, less than 10% of the children are successful in college. And I've seen that across the country, which is why the higher ed system gets under attack so much. And so we're doing it in a very steady way. And when we put out numbers like 80% by 2016, 90% potentially by 2020, there's a reason for that, because what we're doing is we're working backwards from that end outcome, which is the simplest and clearest way, and I would argue where we should be held the most accountable. Because, at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we're accountable to our community. When our children have more options after high school, that is the true litmus measure of any good organization or any good school district. And in the meantime, we're working along the grade levels. Like I said, I use the example of kindergarten, and we're just doing some amazing work in our high poverty schools. And you got to start there, by the way, because if you don't have those kindergartens reading by the end of kindergarten, it's very difficult, especially now with the new standards. But in the meantime, we're training the teachers across the grade levels. And what I'm seeing is that little by little, and I don't know if assessments will be the best measure in the near term. I'm not sure of that. But what I can tell you is what we're seeing is more children being able to master algebra, more children coming into ninth grade better prepared for the rigor of high school, which, by the way, high school has always been a very difficult nut to crack, you know, for different reasons, you know,
Yeah.
just a different culture, different structures, you know, whole different reasons. And so we're seeing more and more children. When I look at the completion rates, for example, in freshmen, this last year we had the highest rate of freshmen on track to graduate. When I look at sophomores and juniors, so all that data is building on each other, and so, but we're trying to do it systemically, you know, that, you know, because again, there is no easy way to do it. I mean, I was in an 8th grade class today that, you know, you could really see the teacher pushing these children, but you can also see the children struggling with it, and they're in 8th grade, right? But I'm happy that they're doing that because they're going to go to 9th grade next year. That was at Sparks Middle, and they're going to go to Sparks High. And so I'm thinking about these children, you know, how are they going to be successful, whether it's at Sparks High, some of them will go to Spanish Springs, and I know what Kevin is doing at Sparks High. I know what our new principal, Tammy, is doing over there in Spanish Springs. And so it just, for our families, I think they just have to know we have to think bigger picture, hold us accountable for those end results with our children when they graduate. And as the children are moving through grade levels, they gotta get stronger. They have to get more resilient. And frankly, like I said, I'm very confident in the strategies we're following because we have the right staff, the right leadership.
I think it's a recipe for success. We appreciate your support, innovation, and leadership, and our courageous teachers such as Tomoka and Wenda. They make it happen.
We have public comment.
Oh, thank you.
We have Carol Feinberg.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident of, hi, how are you? I'm a resident of Reno, and I have watched the public schools with interest, and I appreciate what you are doing in trying to standardize education. I just am very, very concerned about the testing. I don't like the testing. I don't like the data that's being collected, the hundreds of questions that are being asked that have nothing whatsoever to do with the children's education. And I just would hope that maybe you would consider slowing down the testing. That's all I have to say.
It's just not our choice. It's at a state level.
Say it.
It's not your choice because none of this was your choice. None of this. It's being shoved down your throats.
Exactly.
Okay. Jane Lyon, do I have that right? Welcome.
Yes, you do have it correct. I'm Jane Lyon, and I live in Reno. And we are very concerned about stopping Common Core. It is very important that the standards get set at the local level and not at some committee, a highfalutin committee in Washington, D.C., because that's what's happening. You're accepting things from someplace that the parents here locally are supposed to set and pass on to you with your help and the teachers to get the job done. I have just 4 points I would like to make as to why a lot of us feel that Common Core should be done away with. Local control and decisions are gone. You are adopting things from a committee in Washington, D.C., from people who have never taught at a grade level, never administered a school, and they are setting standards that even they themselves say are not good for people to get into college with math or whatever. Math is being taught as long as you can explain something, even if you have the wrong answer, that's okay. Well, I don't think it's okay. Common Core is a data mine, as somebody just mentioned earlier. And all of this information is being tracked on every student and going to every district, every state in Washington, D.C., the whole world, and it will be following that child forever. And how are they making their money on Common Core? By testing. And the tests are set so they flunk, so they get to take them again. And every time a test is issued, They are making money and gobs of it. Your 2,700,000, whatever you talked about, it's going to those companies that are living off of this testing. My last point is that the history, as somebody mentioned here, is really scary. Because if you have garbage in, you get garbage out. And if the texts are not teaching just the basic history of our American founding and the American forefathers, that's not even mentioned. And there's one sentence that deals with Hitler. Well, in my opinion, a lot more needs to be said about one sentence. And that's what we're so concerned about here. You may have the best of intentions, but if you have garbage books and textbooks that are not good, you're going to get garbage out. So please consider stopping Common Core. The governor could stop it tomorrow in one day if he wanted to.
Thank you. Mr. Ippolito.
President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, honorable board members. You know, I guess this is the Common Core meeting that we have. We don't really get a chance other than 3 minutes, which is okay. One of the things that came up is you know, my stepmother had a saying, when life hands you lemons, make lemonade. As I got older, she changed that to, as life hands you lemons, make whiskey sours. So I'm not sure if you guys are making lemonade or whiskey sours out of Common Core. I like mojitos myself, so I'm not making anything. I'm just fighting it. Trustee Clark, I want to follow up on what you had said about the teachers. We just lost great teachers in Incline that knew what they were doing. They didn't need any of this. We lost our best teachers. Please follow up with those teachers and see why they left. We lost 20% of our teachers at that school. That's a problem. Yes, it's important to have standards. No one is saying that we shouldn't have standards, but these standards are written in the dark by people that aren't accountable to anybody, and we all are saying, well, we have to do it, we have to do it, we're making the best we can of it. Washoe County's probably doing better than most other places, but the fact is, it's lemons. We had no say in this. This is, make no mistake, this is the takeover of American public education by people who aren't accountable to anybody. Bill Gates, David Coleman, Arnie Duncan, he might be accountable to the president, but, and others. Gene Woolholt, you'll hear other people coming to Nevada. These people aren't accountable to the voters. They aren't accountable to the taxpayers. That's who's taken over our education. And that's the part that no matter how much you try to sugarcoat it, no matter how much lipstick you try to put on this pig, it's still a pig. If it wasn't a pig, we wouldn't have had to write these standards in the dark. The people involved in these committees had to sign confidentiality agreements saying that they would never disclose what happened in those committees. There were exactly 2 content specialists involved in the validation committee, Milgram and Stosky. Milgram, math, California, he wrote that, was involved in writing the highest math standards in the country. Stosky, Massachusetts English Language Arts Standards. She was responsible for the highest standards in the country. They were the only 2 content specialists on the validation committee. Neither one of them would sign off on these standards. They both believe in national standards. Neither one of them believe in Common Core. And these people know a lot more about a continuum from K through 12 than a handful of teachers. My wife's a teacher. You know, we might not agree on everything that's going on in her 8th grade class, but she's not a content specialist. She doesn't know K-12. These people that did wouldn't sign off. Plus 5, well, total of 5 wouldn't sign off. And by the way, Mr. Bailey's comments on these standards were written by teachers. That's not true. There were 29 people involved in writing these standards. I have them here. None of them were K-12 teachers. The lead writers never taught K-12 in their life, and David Coleman, the guy who's changing American public education, never taught at all. He tried to get a teaching job years ago, and they wouldn't hire him. These are not people that I would much rather see you guys doing this than these people that, it's very frustrating. Are we ever going to get, my question is, are we ever going to get a chance to present to the board our issues? Because we can't do this in 3 minutes, especially after listening for a half an hour. Are we ever going to get a chance? Yeah. That's the question. Thank you.
Let's hear from Mr. Newton, and then we'll welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martinez, Mrs. Clark, and the board. Now, in corrections, I retired from corrections because it got so ridiculous. You know, just babysitting people. When I first started in corrections in 1985, there was discipline in the system. And one black inmate, an older, really old guy on death row, told me when I first started, he said, because I was real active in trying to work with inmates and inmate groups and stuff and try to I had all the shot callers at the prison working on a program to help kids not follow their example. And it was real difficult. The prison shut that down because even the shot callers will kill each other, you know. So it was difficult. But anyway, he told me, he said, Mr. Newton, he said, you're trying to do a good thing, but the system is here to make money. And they will never allow you to do the stuff you're doing. And he was right. You know, they shut it down. And the two comments from the superintendent and CC2 counselor were, why do you guys want to help these inmates? We're all making money off these guys. The money's here for you and your kids and your kids' kids. And that's what I see going on with this whole education thing, is everybody's making money off of it. And the curriculum is not broke. The system is broke. That's what I see when I go teach at these schools. You know, the pod thing, you know, I hear it all the time from teachers. Well, this is Mr. Martinez's program. This is Martinez's program. This is Martinez's program. And they hate it. That pod program, where you put these kids, you take the bright kid and the dumbest kid, put them in a pod with 7 other kids, and the bright kid just puts his head down in the book and tries to learn the program, you know, tries to learn what he's supposed to learn. And the dumb kid in every single one of those pods is got a ready audience, and he's just dragging the whole pod down. And that's what's going on in our society. Can't you guys see it? That the brightest people in our society are moving out of the United States because they're dragging a whole bunch of 8 balls on their legs. And these kids don't want to do it. These kids don't want to drag a bunch of other kids. And the categories, you know, in the prison system, we went to these categories, D1, D2, D3. You know, we used to call the D3s idiots, but that changed to D3. So, you know, to help everybody feel good about it. So that's what you're going to do in the school system. You're going to category all these kids. And so, yeah, your graduation rate will be right up there, but every kid's going to be categorized, and he's going to be able to graduate, just like this kid that I'm mentoring. They wanted to graduate him last year, and I said, he can't read or write. What have you been doing for 12 years? So they kept him in. I forced him. I can't say I forced him, but I encouraged them and got them to keep him in 1 more year. Teach this kid to read and write. He can do it. But he's categorized. And so they just graduate him anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see I have another card here for you for special ed kids.
Oh, that was my first one.
That was your first one, okay. Let's just hand it to me. Any other public comment? Come on up.
Where do I put the card? Thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself and welcome.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Clute, and I thank you for your time and your work. This is hard. I've been mom of a special ed kid, and she was very bright, and I checked resources and found that resources were available. So I talked to a lady who had left the special ed department to teach English, and said, "Oh, Mrs. Clute, all these resources are available at the special ed department. Mr. Martinez, you weren't in charge." And I had just located all this material that my daughter could have used because it was at her reading level. But it was interesting. But the teacher that was working with her wasn't too interested in using it. That's okay, we got the kid graduated. She has a 3.8 at Las Vegas. She was held to rapes, and she was one of those good kids that passed, you know, on the edge, you know, the good, bad kid. Anyway, she's fine, and she knows what she did. As well as the problem with the world situation is so colossal right now. We have things going crazy. Education is so important. But it seems like a rerun in history. Were any of you here around the time of Sputnik? I sent every one of you a handout. I could not speak earlier. And so you have a handout, and yours is under a different face. I tried to take a picture of every one of you. Mr. Martinez, you weren't on the web page when I checked the board, so you can have this. But anyway, I believe the attorney got your handouts. They're in a plastic protector. I wrote a little bit about Sputnik because I was in Juneau, Alaska, and Alaska's pretty remote, and we just didn't get advanced in those days. And I did have a wonderful teacher. She was really tough. She taught debate. She taught English. I had numerous teachers that were very tough. And I felt so sorry for my teacher because she was really cool, but she had this pathetic background. She graduated from Smith College. I had no idea what Smith College was until I left Juneau. So anyway, you have this information with a little personal thing. I forgot to sign it. I'm Bonnie Klude, K-L-U-D. And with it, in the back, I quoted the congressional record. Let's see. The congressional record, Appendix A3435, January 10th, 1963. Unfortunately, it's still true today. These are the communist goals for taking over our country. And I'm so sad that you're in the awkward position of having to do a Sputnik revolution and have the government structure rob you of your autonomy. You are being forced to comply, and you're trying to raise the system, or raise the kids in the system. So I thank you for your work. I would like you to look my little handout over, and if you want to light your fire with it, that's okay, but at least you get a chance to see it. So thank you for your time, and I would like you to stop Common Core. And if I can help you, I'll do everything I can. Could you kindly pass this to me, please? Thank you very much.
David Simcoe? Welcome.
Thank you. Well, let's see, a few years ago, we had the International Baccalaureate from Switzerland. You guys remember that? Some of you do. Now we got Common Core from Chicago, Illinois. One thing when the chart was up on what they were covering, I noticed fine arts, which is a good thing. I didn't see citizenship. I didn't see civics. I didn't see ethics. And what is one of the biggest problems in our schools? It starts with a D, discipline. Discipline meaning self-control. Further, the Democrats in Las Vegas and Clark County are against Common Core. I mention that because the Republicans were mentioned. Diane Ravitch, the Assistant Secretary of Education, is against Common Core. And there's others down in Clark County that are against Common Core. I think you as a board, have all the power you need to create your own curriculum. And as part of the job of Superintendent Pedro Martinez and his staff, you do it. We don't need the federal government telling us what to do. We already see a trend here that is way too much. So just work on it yourselves, work on it with your teachers. Most of what I've seen, I didn't see anything new, like maybe an electronic chalkboard I didn't see any pedagogical principles presented. You people have the power, and your teachers have the power, along with the superintendent, to do it yourself and do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any other questions from the trustees? Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'll fill out another yellow card.
Sure, come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. Again, my name is Carol Wright, and I had 4 kids here, and I have 4 grandkids, like I said before. What I would like to add to what everyone else has said is that you need to look at how Pearson Publishing is going to play a part and how they will own the monopoly on our educational system. They're selling, look at the Law 101. I just took it over because I had a situation I had to learn a little bit more to figure out exactly how I had to deal with it in court. Pearson Publishing, right there on the book, every single one of them. I would highly recommend that you go to their website, do it yourself. Don't take our word for it. Look for yourself. Look on their website and see what are their projections for their stock and the amount of money they stand to make when they own the American book publishing. Look at who is pushing this agenda from the top down and who owns stock in Pearson Publishing. And I'd highly recommend that you look at the other countries that have a big stake in this also. Please.
Thank you. Any other comments? Bring it back to the table. Any further questions by the board? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to our next item. 8.02, access to increase primary medical care services through community-based healthcare center. Welcome. We have seen this a number of times. I'm not sure whether the board feels at this point we need a presentation or if there's just questions regarding the MOU. If it's okay, I think we should just go to questions on the MOU. I have a couple. I'll start. Okay.
Good.
Number one, I have a concern, and I'm sorry I didn't think of this before, but this can be easily remedied, I feel, Mr. Drake, is that because the MOU can be extended at any point in time with mutual agreement by the parties in this MOU are CHA and the Washoe County School District. I think it needs to come to the Board of Trustees, so I think it needs to say the Board of Trustees.
I'll express that, President Clark, in the MOU. I think that's the intention, so I'll just express it.
Okay, because that's not written, and again, this is something that is widespread, affecting every child, so I think it's at the board level. So on number C, Community Health Alliance will ensure 12 all requisite, I'm starting to lose my ability to talk, documentation for healthcare encounters to be captured in the electronic medical record already in place at CHA. Can you, I'm sure we've talked about this before, but can you remind me who would have access to that electronic record, and can it be, I just want to make sure that it's under all the usual medical things and not something that's like in addition to, what do we call our thing where parents get on?
Oh, no. Infinite Campus?
Okay. So, go ahead.
Thank you, President Clark and members of the Board of Trustees. For the record, my name is Charles Duarte. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Community Health Alliance. With respect to electronic medical records, standard type of electronic system that is used throughout healthcare in our community right now. And the goal of that is to make sure that we have accurate and timely records of all of our patients, including the children that are going to be served by this school-based health center. In terms of access to care, the federal HIPAA laws, as well as state privacy laws, dictate who can have access to that. And it's really any individual who's involved in the health care of that child or the administration of the health care program affecting that child. And so, assuming that, for example, a school-based psychologist or a school-based physical therapist is involved in the care of that child, and we have them as a documented caregiver for that child, we have the ability to share that information with that provider. But it's really limited to those individuals who are involved in the direct health care of that child.
Okay, great. I thought so, but I just wanted to clarify that. Then in number 13, right below that, can you elaborate as to what the provisions are NRS 129? Because it says you have to get the consent form signed. Exceptions are under the provisions are NRS 129, and I didn't have a chance to look that up. So if you could briefly tell me what that is.
I think Dr. Sexton can help you with this as well, but let me tell you how we operationalize NRS 129.30 through .40. What that provision basically states is that a child could be provided services without consent of a parent when there is a clear medical need to do that. And there are very rare instances when that occurs in our existing practice right now, because right now we take care of thousands of children and adolescents in Washoe County, including most of your students, I imagine, or a lot of your students. And so those provisions rarely come up. In terms of operational practice, what our physicians and mid-level practitioners do is they have to get to know the child. And that usually takes 3 or 4 visits. And so we want to be that primary care home for that child. In addition, we try to make sure at all costs that the parents are involved in the care decisions for that child. They, again, they're the parents and they're the guardians, and they must be involved. So there are very rare instances, and frankly, I've not come across any in our organization where we've had to invoke 129.30 where the child was at risk if the parents were involved, the parents or guardians were involved in their care. But it could be in situations where there was parental abuse, where the parents were denying necessarily medical treatment or behavioral health therapy. Those kinds of situations where clearly the parent is presenting at risk to the child by being involved more actively in their care. But those kinds of situations, rarely, if ever, and again, in my experience, I've not seen that happen. I think maybe Dr. Sexton can comment on that, but I've never seen that in operations.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify what that was. Go ahead.
Yeah, and remember that the access point through the school will always have parent permission, and there might be times when a child comes up with 101 fever, and there would be a one-time visit without the parent there, but we'd always have parent permission on our side in place too.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. I just want to make sure that the termination, extension, and amendments all have to go to the Board of Trustees for those to occur.
I'll clarify that.
Yeah, and we were always going to update you. We're going to start with a pilot project, and I think I attached over the metrics, and so we'll always be checking back in.
Great. Additional questions?
I move to, go ahead.
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Woo, you finally got that.
Thank
Well,
you. Yes.
Thank you very much for your
Okay.
patience.
Sure.
For coming back and back. Was this your third or fourth time?
Yeah. Well, and
And we ask you to come back anytime. We look forward to
Yeah.
seeing you on an update.
That's great.
Well, and I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before you go, I do have a public
Can I make
input,
one
but
comment?
yes, please do.
That, I wanted to say before the presentation that we didn't have to do that. This has been a team effort, and really it started with Scott Reynolds and Superintendent Martinez and the whole ed leadership, the EL leadership. But then it went to you, and the care and concern of the Board of Trustees for the families and children has shaped this whole thing. And I guess as a private citizen, I can't thank you all enough for the input and how you've shaped this and your care and concern for your families and children.
Yeah, excited to see what the results will
Yes.
be, as this is
We
the
will have good
first-
data for you.
First time for this
Yes.
partnership to occur. It will be exciting to see how we
Thank
meet
you.
or you meet the needs of our families. Mr. Apolito. Welcome.
Back again. I'll make it short. On this data collection, I don't know what he says, I'm sure is true. I do know that a lot of this data is going to be getting places it has never been before. The U.S. Department of Education, companies like Pearson Education, other states, third parties, that any third party that
Are
has
we
a
talking about the Community Health-Based Center?
I'm talking about student data. I don't know exactly. This is one of the problems, President Clark, is what we have trouble, we're not getting straight answers from the State Department of Education. I don't know if you remember, maybe this will take 3 minutes. I don't know if you remember, but when I tried to get the data that the state was collecting on my 4 children, I was told I could have it for
Right.
$10,000.
But I think
Well, now the state, since, unless you're going to stop my time, now what the state has done is communicated with the U.S. Department of Education. So now it looks like maybe they were wrong. They've called me in. We're trying to make a schedule. But here's the issue. Once the children take the SBAC test, that is who has to release the data to the rest of the world. Not the State Department of Education, not Washoe County School District, the testing consortiums. And this is why there's all this great, everyone's feeling warm and fuzzy that we can compare the kids in all these states. But remember, there's only, of the 42 states still in Common Core, there's only 21 that are still in the Common Core government-sponsored tests, the SBAC or PARC. Many states have already backed out of that. Now, when I sent Dale Urquiaga an email back on August 1st, now, we are doing the SBAC test next year, right? Or this year? That's what everybody thinks. Well, on August 1st, Dale Urquiaga, now remember, we've also spent months prepping kids for this test. We've wasted time taking this stupid test. Kids that don't want to take it, we've been able to get out so far. Now we can't do it when it counts. Back on August 1st, 8 days ago or 10 days ago, Dale Urquiaga sent me an email that says the state hasn't decided if we're going to go with the SBAC yet. And I know most teachers don't know that, most administrators don't know that. We've wasted months. Someone said something about building the airplane as we're flying it. This is worse than that. This is ridiculous what's happening. And everybody's sitting there saying, oh, yeah, we'll make lemonade, we'll make whiskey sours, whatever we're making. What's happening is wrong. Our public education is being taken over by people who aren't accountable. Private entities, Bill Gates, all these people. And remember, they make a lot of money. I sat through the legislative committee meeting the other day. The guy that wants to collect the data, it's only $500,000 to collect the kids' data and share it with the rest of the world. Everything that's happening is wrong, and nobody really seems to be talking that much about it. And I understand you guys only have so much control, but thanks for listening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess was your comment for public comment or for the healthcare item?
It turned more into
Well-
general public comment, but
Okay.
It was because the information about these kids' records, this is one of the issues that we have, is we know right now if a kid sees a counselor in 7th grade, that information will follow him the rest of her life, we think.
Okay,
And that's what we
gotcha.
know.
Okay, just trying
That's
to make
wrong.
the connection. All right. All right, I believe we are now on board member requests for future Board of Trustees agendas and agenda items. Are there any? Trustee McClure?
I just wondered where we are with strategic plan finalization and all.
So Irene would be able to come to show you a draft, because again, nothing has been approved, of course, so just to give you what that looks like. So the goal was to come and then get direction from the board about whether you want to get more community input, because that was going to be our recommendation. So again, it's just with everything that's happened. Yep.
Trustee Gutierrez and then Trustee Mayor.
I'm sorry to hear about Dave Ayazi's illness. However, many constituents are asking about the process as far as appointment, and I'm just asking what the timeline.
He hasn't resigned yet.
Well, I hear things through the media and that's out there, so
Well,
I'm sorry.
just tell him that he hasn't resigned yet. It's that simple.
Well, I
It
hear
may-
things
He
through the
may not-
media.
It
Well,
may-
he may not resign.
It may be premature.
Okay.
So he was acknowledging it through email, so, okay. I'm sorry.
I understand that.
I'm
Want to know
just,
what the process is,
Yes,
when and
because-
if and when we get there.
exactly. In no pun,
And I don't, do we have something in policy?
No, it's statutory, and then,
It's statutory, okay. Well, could you send out the statutory to Trustee Gutierrez?
sure, I'll send it out to everybody.
Okay, great. Trustee Mayor?
Yes, I'm interested. At the summer graduation, I thought there were a lot less than 100 students there. Is that because they didn't walk across the stage? So 100 graduated at summer?
So two things occurred, Trustee Mayor. One is, some of the students had already walked in June, so they didn't want to walk again. Because remember, we had students that only needed one proficiency that we let them walk. And then we also had other students that already started their programs. So some of them went into the military, some went into universities or community colleges. So we had more graduates than what we presented diplomas to that day, but that was for those two reasons.
So there were 100 in summer.
There were over 100 students over the summer that we helped. Over 100, actually.
And then I'd like to know on the placement of the half-time counselors. They're all full-time now,
Yep.
and they're in place.
The FTs are in place, so the process is starting for hiring.
They're interviewing, or?
They're starting the process for posting and they're gonna start hiring.
Anything else?
Is that an agenda item, Mr. Mayor?
No, I was just asking.
Oh,
He answered both of the questions.
Any other agenda items? Public comment? Next meeting announcement, we have board policy on August 19th at 3 p.m. and regular board meeting on August 26th at 2 p.m.